Good morning, everyone. The National Broadcasting Company brings you now a roundup of the latest news, with reports by members of our foreign staff and by Ray Henley from Washington. We take you first to the Middle East. Go ahead, Cairo.
That the flow of Axis reinforcement and supply be cut down. To reduce this flow, Axis harbors and shipping must be attacked, and the German and Italian air forces, which protect the enemy supply lines, must be disabled. A modern warplane once in the air is a deadly engine of death and destruction, something to be reckoned with. But on the ground, it is a flimsy thing, vulnerable to both bombs and bullets. The place to destroy an airplane, then, is on the ground, and that's just where the RAF is doing it. As far as the Army was concerned, yesterday was a blank. But in the air, it was a different story. Fire once more literally fell from on high and consumed a good part of the airplanes on another Axis aerodrome. Despite the mass raid on airfields near Daba Sunday, the new assault caught the Axis completely off guard. Perhaps because British medium bombers plastered other drones in the Daba vicinity Sunday night and drew heavy air cover there to protect the German nest after the damage was done. But the RAF struck 30 miles further west, near a place called Fuka. More than 100 Allied planes, light bombers, fighter bombers, fighters, carried out the raid. The light bombers dropped wide dispersal bombs, bombs which explode instantly on hitting the ground, so white-hot metal 550 yards in every direction. Several bombs fell among 25 enemy machines. There were 2 direct hits, and 10 bombs fell so close that damage was certain. It's doubtful if one of the many Nazi planes escaped damage. But the fighter bombers dived in later to add to the havoc, and the fighters followed up with machine guns blazing. On the ground, Junkers, Heinkel, and Savoia bombers, Junkers transports, Mackie and Messerschmitt fighters, all caught too many bullets or bomb fragments. One fighter bomber pilot said afterwards, "We all did one second and came in again in a long procession, packing in the rows of groups of aircraft we saw were ridden like sieves by our fire. I saw bits and pieces of wrecked aircraft flying amidst the dust. British long-range fighters, armed with machine guns and cannons, struck more directly at enemy supplies by attacking a convoy of small vessels in the Mediterranean off Sidi Barrani. There were 3 barges, 2 schooners, 1 tanker, and an Italian E-boat, a fast, well-armed motorboat. 2 of the barges were set afire. The tanker left smoking, the other boats damaged. Overhead, an escorting Messerschmitt sheared off, and an Italian Fiat fighter did a nosedive, apparently on its own initiative, into the sea. This is Grant Farr returning you to New York.
Now to Britain. For our report this morning from Robert St. John, we take you now to London.
This is London. 5 minutes ago, the Admiralty told the story of a little naval battle in the English Channel early this morning. Light British patrol boats ran into a fleet of enemy trawlers and powerfully armed flak ships, convoying a big Nazi supply boat. One of the Nazi trawlers was set on fire. The rest of the fleet was forced back to port, and it was all done by a few little British coastal craft. A couple of hours ago, thousands of Belgians here in England celebrated their Independence Day. They staged a big military parade. Belgian sailors, airmen, infantrymen, artillerymen, tank drivers. It was disclosed for the first time that the Belgians have their own parachute units here in Britain, trained, ready, and waiting for that day when they'll get the signal to drop down onto their own homeland and help drive out the Nazis. They were told, however impatient you may feel in your preparation for the battle of liberation, be ready. Today, the powerful London Times took a frank look at the Russian front, admitted the gravity of the situation, concluded that it's not enough for Russia's allies merely to live up to their written promise of delivering so many tanks, planes, and guns to the Eastern Front. The Times says it is our urgent and overriding duty to make sure that the fighting resources of the Russian army are maintained, at least until our intervention in Europe forces the Germans to relax their pressure in the East. For 5 days now, I've been listening in to broadcasts from Rome and Berlin and from so-called freedom stations, which the Nazis would like us to believe are hidden somewhere in the rolling English countryside, but which actually send out their foolish chatter from somewhere in Europe. If you don't think the idea of a second front in Europe has the Hitler-Mussolini team worried, you ought to hear these Axis radio commentators. They've been filling the air with the most conflicting, ridiculous lot of words I ever heard. The net effect on a normally sane person is like listening to the mumbled jumble of a man in a nightmare. The Axis would like the British people to believe, one, that the people here and in America want a second front, but the leaders don't. Or two, that the leaders do, but the people don't. And the Axis would like the British people, one, to raise a rumpus because no second front has been opened, or two, to stir up trouble because a second front is about to be opened. Most amusing and paradoxical of all is the claim made by a Berlin broadcaster who says Germany is bored and indifferent to the second front idea. Well, I've never heard anyone who was bored and indifferent having such a case of jitters as the Axis seems to be having right now. And now this is Robert St. John in London, returning you to New York.
Reports trickle into neutral Sweden from the warring nations of Europe. David Anderson, NBC reporter there, is ready now with his analysis, and we take you to Stockholm.
Hello, New York. This is David Anderson speaking from Stockholm. The great battles now being waged along the lower reaches of the Don are still the main subject of attention here in the north. Since last I spoke to you about the Russian front, a marked change seems to denote the German line of attack. Based on reports from Berlin, I stated before that the general German drive seemed to be concentrated in a region north, west, and east of Rostov. The purpose for this, according to Berlin reports, was to encircle large forces of Timoshenko's army and to press on toward Rostov, one of the important keys to the Caucasus. These Berlin reports also indicated that the Germans would carry their drive into the Caucasus before attempting to reach the Volga to the east, particularly in this case Stalingrad. Now, however, the German High Command has stated that the German attacks are now proceeding both toward the south and east. Military experts here say that this eastward drive is definitely directed toward Stalingrad. In fact, these experts claim that the Germans must liquidate the large reinforcements which Timoshenko has in the region of Stalingrad before exposing their left flank in any operation into the Caucasus. With this new development, Colonel Bratt, the military correspondent of Dagens Nyheter, offers some excellent suggestions concerning the continued developments on the Eastern Front. Dealing with the Russian defense of Stalingrad, he says that Timoshenko will probably try to concentrate his defense of this town east of the Don River, in the relatively small space between the Don and the Volga. This will be done, he says, because of the difficulties of transporting large troops across the Don in the face of German air attacks, and also because this small area would favor defense rather than offense, a distinct disadvantage for the attacking Germans. Also, instead of a German frontal attack on Stalingrad, the colonel thinks that the Germans will try to encircle the defenders of Stalingrad from the north and south. As far as the southern front is concerned, contrary to the opinions expressed in other countries, Colonel Bratt says that the Germans will probably try to bypass Rostov. He bases his opinion on German reports that Rostov is a mighty fortress. Reports from both Berlin and Moscow today are telling how the Russian resistance is stiffening, and it is not impossible that the Russians will find their El Alamein at either Stalingrad or Rostov. And speaking of El Alamein, the Italians are once again excusing their standstill on the Egyptian front by saying that Egypt and the Caucasus are inseparable fronts, and that just as soon as the front of the Caucasus becomes a real one, the Egyptian front will suffer accordingly. But perhaps more significant in connection with the Egyptian front is a distinct change in Axis propaganda toward Turkey. You'll recall how, when the Axis were advancing by leaps and bounds across the Libyan desert, the Germans stated that Turkey would draw her own conclusions from this advance and jump on the Axis bandwagon. What happened? As far as is known here, the Turks remain singularly aloof to this Axis propaganda. At least, she has made no move in the Axis direction. Failing in their earlier propagandistic attempts, the Germans have now invited a group of Turkish journalists to visit Germany, ostensibly to increase this propagandistic effect. Apparently, the German power of suggestion has failed again. This is David Anderson returning you now to New York.
And here is Ray Henley of the Washington Bureau of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reporting from our nation's capital.
A brand new controversy is developing in Washington. Can we build, in mass production, monster flying boats, each capable of carrying up to 1,000 fully equipped men or large amounts of freight? If we can, many observers believe we could stop worrying about submarines. If we can't, the attempt to try it would waste precious critical materials. We may know more about where we stand after a conference planned here today by shipping officials who hope to solicit the views of President Roosevelt and the Maritime Commission. Henry J. Kaiser, the construction tycoon, who first proposed construction of the Glen Martin 70-ton air giant called Mars, and to get ultimately into annual production of 5,000 huge flying boats of 125 tons. He said 9 shipyards should be converted to do the job. In Washington today, Kaiser is scheduled to talk with Andrew J. Higgins, New Orleans shipbuilder. Higgins held contracts to build 200 Liberty freighters, but he never completed his shipyards to build them. The War Production Board decided the steel should go directly into freighters ready for construction in established shipyards. Now Higgins says he is ready to change over his partially completed shipyards in jig time to flying boat construction. The Kaiser proposal has stirred the imagination of some officials. Others are pouring cold water on it. President Roosevelt and his military high command will have to decide what is to be done. 2 labor leaders are on record with statements on vital American problems. Joseph Curran, president of the National Maritime Union, tells President Roosevelt, "We believe the opening of a second front now is vital, not only to the cause of the United Nations, but to their security." From William Green, president of the American Federation of Labor, has come a blast against legislative freezing of wages. The Federation is demanding wage stabilization by voluntary agreements between management and workers, with final authority resting in the National War Labor Board. This board last week granted certain steelworkers a 44 cents per day increase. The Federation's blast was timed to precede any stand President Roosevelt may be planning to take on wage freezing for the duration. Members of Congress are waiting impatiently to learn if the President will support new price control legislation based on control of wages by law. Rubber is in the news again. Senator George W. Norris of Nebraska is demanding expansion of facilities to increase the amount of butadiene that could be made from grain alcohol. Senator Guy Gillette of Iowa is charging that officials fumbled in handling the synthetic rubber program. He also is demanding more rubber made from grain alcohol. War Production Chief Donald Nelson, however, is holding fast to his original program of 800,000 tons, all but 200,000 tons of it to be made from petroleum. He contends you will get no rubber at all if you keep on changing the specifications. The House has passed the biggest tax bill in American history. It is intended to raise better than 6 1/4 billions. However, do not be concerned too deeply at the moment with any particular phase of this measure. It is now before the Senate, and Senator Walter F. George, chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, strongly indicates the measure will be rewritten there. Only this much can be said now with certainty. Taxes in all categories will be much higher. And that's all from Washington.
According to a dispatch from our New York newsroom, the Russians have not yet been able to bring to a full halt the German advance southward toward Rostov and the Black Earth country of the Don River Bend. These were the reports of Grant Parr from Cairo, Robert St. John from London, David Anderson from Stockholm, and Ray Henley from Washington. For the latest news, keep tuned to this station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Treasury Star Parade, starring Rudy Valley and his orchestra.
Any bonds today, bonds of freedom, that's what I'm telling. Any bonds today, scrape up the motion.
Hi-ho, everybody. This is Rudy Valley greeting you with another radio program in the feature series of weekly broadcasts for the United States Treasury. I can think of no better counsel to offer all patriotically minded people than to dig deep, give till it hurts, zip your lip, and keep on smiling.
Keep them smiling, help them pull it over here and over there. Keep them rolling for the screaming eagle, for the lion and the bear.
Show the Hun, and the sun of the rising sun. We are all behind the man behind the gun.
So keep them flying with the bonds you're buying. Keep them smiling, for if you do, they'll come smiling too.
Keep them smiling, help them put it over here and over there. Keep them rolling for the screaming eagle, for the lion and the bear. Show the Hun, and the sun of the rising sun. We are all behind the man behind the gun. So keep them flying with the bond you're buying. Keep them smiling, for if you do, they'll come smiling. On warm spring evenings and evenings in the early fall, a group of young fellows who call themselves the Whiffenpoofs gather round the sundial on the old campus up there at New Haven to sing songs while the rest of the student body vainly tries to study. Among the songs in their repertoire is this one full of tradition and nostalgia for those who know the Yale campus. It stems from a poem by Kipling, one of the most beautiful melodies and lyrics in our repertoire. The Yale Whiffenpoof song. To the tables down at Maury's, to the place where Louis dwells, to the dear old temple bar we love so well. Sing the Whiffenpoofs assembled, with their glasses raised on high, and the magic of their singing casts its spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, of the songs we love so well. Shall I wasting and Mavourny and the rest? We will serenade our Louis while life and boy shall last. Then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest. We're poor little lambs who have lost our way. Ba, ba, ba. We're little black sheep who have gone astray. Ba, ba, ba. Gentlemen songsters off on a spree, damned from here to eternity. God have mercy on such as we. Ba, ba, ba. Gentlemen songsters off on a spree, damned from here to eternity. God have mercy on
comes now the story of Jebediah Simmons, one of a large army of loyal and faithful carriers of our most precious mail. To all of our mail carriers and those in the post office service, may we dedicate, I Carry the Mail. Jeb Simmons, RFD number 3, that's me. Every day, rain or shine in my flivver, I deliver along Route 29, Friendship Town, way down east, 98 families, farmers and folks, all asking one question. Hey, Jeb, hey, have you anything for me today? Am I drafted yet? Did my store teeth come? Can't eat, you know. Where's my calico? You bring my pension check? Heck, nothing today, nothing you say, nothing for you today. Might think it was a crime. I can't bring him something every time. Take me. I never did fret about a letter, except a bill. Letter's just another red light. Means I gotta stop again. Rural free delivery. RFD. Roast in the summer, freeze in the winter, drown in the spring. Someday I'm gonna stop driving and never stop. Someday. Shucks, sounds like I don't care for this job. But I do. $77.50 a month. Folks glad to see me coming through. Gosh, guess I'm lucky. I carry the mail, and every day the same old way I go. Over the hills, bringing the mail. I'm only a guy, not much on books, still less on looks, but I never ask why, just carry the mail. Box 1, Charlie Brown, laziest critter in this whole town. Listen to him squawk. Got an awful misery in my gizzard. You bring my tonic, Jeb, you lizard? Box 2, Widow Jones, 6 kids, aching bones aplenty. Yet she don't complain. Jeb, you come just in the nick of time. Our Sears Roebuck catalog was wearing mighty fine. Box 5, Box 6, Box 7, Box 8, 9, 10, 11, Box 13, Schoolhouse and lovely Mary Green. Smarter gal as she can be. Teaches the kids their ABC. Lucky little kids. Wish I were a kid again. Boy, I'd sure be that teacher's pet. She's pretty and sweet from the tips of her feet to the top of her golden hair. She doesn't know that I love her. She doesn't know that I care. Her smile is so true and her eyes are so blue. My heart seems to skip a beat. I'd give the world if she loved me. She is so pretty and sweet. Never told Mary how I feel. Never could somehow. Besides, she's going away any day now to teach in a big school. I got a letter right here in my bag telling her she's hired, probably. Gosh, I wish I didn't have to deliver it. Wish she didn't have to go. Well, here I am. Hello, Mary. Lovely day. Kids behaving? You sure got away with them, I'll say. A letter? I'll look. Look. There it is, plain as the cover on a book. Golly, Mary, don't see nothing for you. Stop stalling, Jebediah. Hand it over, you old liar. Don't seem to be a blessed thing for you. Sorry. Maybe tomorrow. Won't hurt her to wait one more day, will it? No sin. It gives me a chance to see her again. Time to think, providing I can. Meanwhile, we're on our way delivering the mail as always. Almost. That is Box 47, 48, 49. That's Captain Pine. Must be 90 if he's a day. Old and full of dreams. Curious how old folks get that way. Shucks, what am I saying? I'm not old yet. Just 42. Not dreaming either. Sky's blue. Temperature 89. Whew, it's hot. Thermometer's high, and I'm wondering why in the old Harry I kept that letter hid from Mary. Let's see. Could be they don't want her down Boston way. Nope, she's got to go. Told me so t'other day. And I said, we'll sure miss you, Mary. Now, here it's queer. Who's we, says she, and looks sort of funny at me. What's she mean by that, anyhow? Wish I understood women. They just don't make sense. Never did. Not from the beginning. Look out, Rooster. Look out, Jeb. 3 more boxes. 2, 1, and done. Bag's empty. Well, 'tis and it ain't. Mary's letter and the fork in the road. Which? Better decide quick, Jeb. Decide? It ain't for me to say. The government decided that the day they said, deliver, Jeb. yes, deliver. I carry the mail. Up and down old Friendship Town I go. Sleet, rain, or hail, carry the mail. So back we go, back to Box 13, schoolhouse in Mary Green. Car's got wings now, back in no time at all, it seems. School's out, and there she is. Mary, could I have a word with you? Fact is, sort of careless like today. Didn't see your letter till I got turned my way. Here it is. Hope you don't mind the delay. She's opening it. Reckon you'll be leaving soon. She's reading fast. Maybe by the end of June, she's through. Not much here for a girl like you. Looks kind of sad. News bad? Like she might cry. Why, she is crying. Mary, dear. How'd that slip out? I wonder if she heard. They don't want you? They do? Then why do you cry? Gosh, I'm a dumb guy. What's that you're saying? What is it I can't see? That it ain't Friendship nor Maine you mind leaving? It's me? Jeb Simmons? Me? God, gee, Mary! Gee! And now an important message for every American. Our boys in the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps have pledged their lives to defend America. They need and must have the finest planes, battleships, submarines, tanks, and guns to defeat the Nazis and Japs on the battlefronts of the world. War costs money, and it's up to every one of us in the home front to pledge our dimes and dollars for the purchase of United States war savings, bonds, and stamps. You can share in America's war efforts by pledging at least 10% of your entire income in war bonds and stamps. $1 out of every 10 that you receive every week and every payday. Join up right now in Uncle Sam's War Bond 10% Club. Membership in this club entitles you to display the War Bond window sticker and to wear the 10% Club button. We must fight, work, and save. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Any bonds today. Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today. Scrape out the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stamps today. We'll be blessed, we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man. Can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom today.
The United States Treasury wishes to thank Rudy Valley and his orchestra and the sportsmen who gave their talents to this performance and this station for the use of its facilities. Check your local newspapers and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
CBS World News brings you The World Today, presented Monday through Saturday at this same time. During the next 15 minutes, you will hear news and analysis by Quincy Howell and CBS correspondents at home and abroad. And here are the major highlights in the news of the day. Germans advance toward Rostov and Stalingrad, but fall back in Voronezh area. London talks second front again. British war vessels blast Matru. Japanese recapture Wenchao. Argentine foreign minister snipes at USA. Roosevelt names Leahy chief of staff. And now Quincy Howell in the news.
The Germans continue to advance toward Rostov from 3 directions and toward Stalingrad from 2. The Russians, however, still hold Voronezh and claim they are mowing down between 3,000 and 4,000 Nazis each day. And late this afternoon, just 2 weeks after the German High Command claimed Voronezh, the CBS shortwave listening station heard a BBC broadcast quoting the German radio as having admitted a German withdrawal in the Voronezh section after a 2-day Russian attack. The German threat to Rostov and Stalingrad and reports of Japanese troop concentrations near Siberia have started another flow of second front stories from London. The questions of the hour are whether the shipping can be spared from the Russian front, whether a limited second front would make enough difference to be worth trying, and what a Japanese attack on Siberia would do to Soviet resistance. The answers to these questions remain obscure. British warships and naval planes have bombarded the Axis-held port of Matru for the third time in 4 days and appeared to have wrecked the place. RAF planes have knocked out 50 grounded Axis planes behind the lines and blasted a fleet of barges near the Libyan port of Sidi Barani. If Rommel does not strike fairly soon on the Egyptian front, it would seem to indicate that his supply lines are in bad shape and that a British offensive might make headway. General Stilwell's headquarters report that U.S. Army bombers have hit the Japanese for the third day in succession, sinking 2 ships on the Yangtze River near Kyukang, an important base for Jap operations in Jiangxi and Zhejiang provinces. But the Chinese report the Japanese have recaptured Wenchao last Saturday, 24 hours after Chinese troops had driven them from that big and vital Zhejiang province seaport. Montevideo, capital of the anti-Axis Republic of Uruguay, claims to have the inside story on what Argentina's pro-Axis Foreign Minister Guinatsu told last week's secret session of the Chamber of Deputies. It seems that Guinatsu accused Washington of having originated a no-convoy, no-arms policy, whereby Argentina gets no military equipment from the United States unless Argentine vessels proceed with United States convoys or else provide convoys of their own in the submarine-infested zones, where the Argentines have lost a couple of vessels during the past several months. And then from Washington comes the news that President Roosevelt has appointed Admiral Leahy as his chief of staff, a new and vital war job. Admiral Leahy recently returned from Vichy, where he served as our ambassador. The Navy Department has also announced that the United States submarines have sunk 3 more Japanese destroyers in the Aleutian Island waters, and that Kiska Island, Japanese-occupied Kiska, has been bombed again, though we don't know with what results. Now for further word from the nation's capital, now for a report from Washington.
CBS Washington, Eric Severide reporting. 2 hours ago at his press and radio conference, the President told us that Admiral William D. Leahy will now become Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief. That may confuse you. It confused a lot of people at the conference. The President gave few details about this new job, and he urged the journalists present not to read too much into the arrangement. For a long time, critics have said here that we need a Supreme Commander over both our Army and our Navy. It appears perfectly clear tonight, however, that Admiral Leahy is not being given powers of Supreme Command. If there is any Supreme Commander over the American forces on land and sea, it is still the President himself. You might call the Admiral the Chief Coordinator of Military and Naval Affairs, or you might call him the President's Chief Intelligence Officer. He is certainly in a powerful position, but he is not a Supreme Commander. The President is expected to continue his practice of conferring directly with General Marshall and Admiral King when important decisions are to be made. Admiral Leahy will relieve the President, however, of the day-to-day war duties which now consume a great amount of the Commander-in-Chief's energy and time. The Admiral is a quiet man with a habit of long silences while other men talk. He is a realist and he works hard. He has the President's complete confidence, as Mr. Roosevelt made clear today. He has been Chief of Naval Operations and until lately was our ambassador to Marshal Pétain in Vichy. This appointment has nothing to do with any unified command between the British and ourselves or between the United Nations generally. There will still be pressure here for such a command, and many people feel that some steps will be taken in that direction. Within the next 2 or 3 days, you will hear the soft but deliberate voice of Secretary of State Cordell Hull, who never makes a nationwide speech unless he feels there's a good deal which needs saying. The speech was given some advance billing today by the President himself, who went over each paragraph with the Secretary this morning. Mr. Hull will talk about the gravity of the war and what victory will mean for the world. It will be an important statement of American views and policy. Yesterday, President Greene of the AFL demanded there be no arbitrary freezing of wages in this country. The President said today that he's not planning to ask for that, but there will be a message from him to Congress on the general subject of inflation control. There will also be a definitive statement on the unhappy subject of rubber, but not for 2 or 3 weeks. Today's news on that subject is that the recent collection drive brought in more than 450,000 tons of scrap rubber, which now go into the government stockpile. That is nearly 7 pounds of rubber for every person in the country. American submarines, as you've just heard, have sunk 3 more Japanese destroyers in the Aleutians. And here in Washington, Anthony Diamond, the congressional delegate from Alaska, said that around 20,000 Japanese troops altogether have been landed in those islands. And now, a report from London.
CBS London, Bob Trout reporting. The House of Commons today discussed the Home Secretary's powers to detain people on security grounds without trial under the now famous defense regulation 18B. The Home Secretary told the House the country as a whole is saying, "We have seen Norway, Belgium, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and France, and there's going to be none of the fifth column nonsense in this country." Then the House approved the Home Secretary's handling of 18B by a vote of 220 to 25. Royal Air Force Fighter and Bomber Command kept up the big sweeps over northern France, and British bombers were over northwest Germany in daylight again today. The war in the air continued to be fought on the radio waves as well. Those German radio stations, which pretend to be in Britain, are still pouring out thousands of words on the question of the second front. They take all sides. That is, they pretend to take all sides, but of course what they really take is the German side. For instance, the station which pretends to be a free Scotch station said they'd consulted a lot of experts, but none showed any enthusiasm or optimism about a second front. Occasionally, these fake freedom stations are now showing signs of increased cunning. This week, for example, one of them broadcast a report of the fighting in Egypt, a report which, for a change, was almost true. Undoubtedly, the Germans hoped they could win the trust of a British audience by broadcasting a truthful item. But the British people go on listening to their own BBC. However, British listeners are going to hear no more crooners. Under a new wartime policy, expressed in a letter sent today to British music publishers and dance band leaders, the BBC says, henceforth, British radio will exclude anemic or debilitated vocal performance by male singers, and will exclude insincere and over-sentimental style of performance by women singers. Musical numbers which are slushy in sentiment or based on tunes borrowed from standard classical works are also out. And now the German fake freedom stations will probably start putting on what the BBC calls anemic or debilitated vocal performances as a sort of crooner's black market. Now for a report from Egypt. Go ahead, Cairo.
CBS Egypt, Winston Burdett reporting. In this period of dubious battle called lull, patrols have been active along the Western Front, seeing what's up behind the enemy's line, grenading a tank now and then, sometimes bagging a few prisoners so headquarters can keep tabs on the enemy's troop movement. From Alamein today, U.S. correspondent Chester Morrison reported another day of quiet, punctuated only by the thud of shells at the further end of that stretch of desert. Every day of quiet at the front still counts enormously behind the lines. It's a big, unwieldy job, this defense of the Middle East, and it is still primarily a British job today. You can't expect a full-blown American expeditionary force to pile off the docks at Suez or Basra and spring into the desert overnight. American tank personnel is here in Egypt, helping British crews in the maintenance and overhaul of our General Grants and General Lee's. Our men know their tanks, but that's a different matter from taking the steep plunge into battle. The desert takes a lot of warming up, especially for armored troops, and the period of shakedown and acclimatization can't be much shorter than 3 months. In the air, we can be, and we are, effective now. In 6 weeks here, the U.S. Army Air Corps has spread a lot of bombs over the enemy's supply route, and more planes are coming. But building a large, heavy-hitting Air Force isn't just a 6 weeks job. We need many more bombers still to cover the enemy's lines as they must be covered, all the way back to their Italian bases. If all the long-range bombers and fast mediums and low-flying attack bombers and fighters that have come from the United States and are now strung out in various stages of assembly from here to Basra, if all were massed together on one front, they make a terrific cloud of planes. But to put them all in the air when and where they're needed most is a gargantuan job of maintenance for which American repair crews are chiefly needed. And sometimes maintenance has a hard time keeping pace with supply. The battle for the Middle East has just begun, America, and our part in the fight is just beginning too. The enemy is not going to give up, whether he's at Benghazi or Alamein.
This is going to continue for quite a while, and we'll want everything we can get as soon as you can get it to us. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Rounding out this picture of the world today, there is nothing we have heard up to now, nothing, to suggest that the war has taken a decisive turn anywhere, especially what we've just heard from Mr. Burdett in Cairo, where he points out the fighting has still to begin. The Axis breakthrough in Egypt has not reached its objective. Neither has the German breakthrough on the South Russian front. The fighting proceeds at a more furious pace in Russia than it does in Egypt. That does not mean, though, that a decision is any nearer in Russia than it is in Egypt. Both sides in Egypt have limited resources. They have to husband what they've got. Neither Rommel nor Auchinleck has yet chosen to launch an all-out offensive. Why, we don't exactly know, but probably it's this shortage of supplies. But if and when the offensive does come, from whichever side it may come, the fate of Egypt is likely to be settled in fairly short order, one way or the other. On the Russian front, it is evident that the Germans are throwing everything they have got into the drive for the Caucasus. We do not yet know whether the Russians have thrown everything they have got into the defense of Rostov and Stalingrad. In all probability, they have not. In all probability, Timoshenko still has something in reserve. Whether it's enough to turn the tide, we ought to discover during the next week or two. But Suez and Alexandria, Rostov, Stalingrad, and the oil of the Caucasus remain in just as much peril today as they were a week ago. Meanwhile, the second front in Western Europe is receiving more attention, but so is the second front in Eastern Asia. Will Britain and America strike to save Russia from the West before Japan strikes to knock out Russia from the East? And now more news. The CBS shortwave listening station has just heard the Soviet midnight communique by way of the British Broadcasting Company, which says that today Soviet troops fought the enemy in the area of Voronezh and southeast of Voroshilovgrad. No material changes took place on the other sectors of the front. The chief of Mexico's Postal Service announced today that thousands of packages of Nazi propaganda are pouring into his country by way of Argentina. Gerhard Wilhelm Kunze, former national leader of the German-American Bund, today admitted in court that he had conspired to spy out American defense secrets for Germany and Japan. Kunze, who is American-born, changed his plea of innocent that he filed 10 days ago to an admission of guilty as charged. The Swedish liner Gripsholm arrived today at the port of Lourenço Marques in Portuguese East Africa with 1,500 Japanese and Thai officials aboard from the United States and Latin America to be exchanged for Western Hemisphere nationals released from Japan and Japanese-occupied territories. And Congress today approved a measure to create a special corps of sailorettes similar to the Army's WACs. And that's the world today.
CBS World News presents this program each evening, Monday through Saturday at this same time, 6:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
(9:30 Eastern Wartime). Your station is WRC in Washington.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. NBC brings you an address by the Honorable Cordell Hull, the Secretary of State. This message from the Secretary was announced last Tuesday at the President's press conference and will outline the United States government's views on what America is fighting for. The broadcast is originating in the office of the Secretary at the Department of State on Washington's Pennsylvania Avenue. And now, the Secretary of State, the Honorable Cordell Hull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conflict now raging throughout the earth is not a war of nation against nation. It is not a local or regional war, or even a series of such wars. On the side of our enemies, led and driven by the most ambitious, depraved, and cruel leaders in history, it is an attempt to conquer and enslave this country and every country. On our side, the side of the United Nations, it is for each of us a life and death struggle for the preservation of our freedom, our homes, our very existence. we're united in our determination to destroy the worldwide forces of ruthless conquest and brutal enslavement. Their defeat will restore freedom or the opportunity for freedom alike to all countries and all peoples. From Berlin and Tokyo, the assault on human freedom has spread in ever-widening circles. In some cases, the victim nations were lulled into inaction by promises or by protestations of peaceful intention. In other cases, they were so intimidated that no preparation for resistance was made. In all cases, the invaders, before armed attack, set into motion every conceivable device of deceit, subversion, treachery, and corruption within the borders of the intended victim. As country after country in Europe and in Asia was attacked in this way, it became clear that no nation anywhere was immune. That for none was safety to be found in mere desire for peace, in avoidance of provocation, in neutrality, or in distance from the centers of assault. Nation after nation learned too late that safety against such an attack lay only in more effective force, in superior will, in concerted action of all free nations directed toward resisting and defeating the common enemies, in applying the law of self-defense and self-preservation, rather than in relying upon professions of neutrality, which in the face of a worldwide movement to subjugate all nations and all peoples are as absurd and as suicidal as are such professions on the part of a citizen of a peaceful community attacked by a band of confessed outlaws. Today, 28 United Nations are fighting against the would-be conquerors and enslavers of the human race. We know what is at stake. By the barbarian invaders of today, nothing is spared. Neither life, nor morals, nor honor, nor virtue, nor pledges, nor the customs, the national institutions, even the religion of any people. Their aim is to sweep away every vestige of individual and national rights, to substitute the world over their unmistakable tyranny for the ways of life developed, each for itself by the various nations, to make all mankind subservient to their will, to convert the 2 billions of the earth's inhabitants into abject victims and tools of their insatiable lust for power and dominion. We have seen their work in the countries they have invaded. Murder of defenseless men, women, and children, rape, torture and pillage, mass terrorization, the black system of hostages, starvation and deprivations that beggar description, the most thoroughgoing bondage the world has ever seen. This is the so-called New Order of Hitler and the Japanese warlords, an order as old as slavery, new only in the calculated thoroughness of its cruelty, in the depths of the degradation to which it subjects its victims, in the degree to which it has revived the worst practices of the darkest ages in history. From time immemorial, attempts at conquest and enslavement have checked and harried the great onward march of men and women towards greater freedom and higher levels of civilized existence. The methods employed have been the same as those which we witness today. Ruthless, ambitious men would succeed in corrupting, coercing, or deceiving into blind obedience enough servile followers to attack or terrify peaceful and law-abiding peoples, too often unprepared to resist. In a few instances, whole civilizations collapsed under the impact, and darkness descended on large portions of the world. More often, the attacks were, at great cost, defeated, and mankind resumed its onward march. Yet, throughout the ages, 2 lessons have remained unlearned. The first is that man's innate striving for freedom cannot be extinguished. Since the world began, too many men have fought, suffered, and died for freedom, and not in vain. For doubt to remain on that score. And yet, over and over again, would-be conquerors and enslavers of mankind have sought to translate their mad dreams of barbarous domination into reality. The second lesson is that liberty is truly won only when it is guarded by the same watchfulness, the same courage, the same willingness to fight for it, which first secured it. Repeatedly throughout history, free men, having won the fight, having acquired precious rights and privileges which freedom brings, have dropped their guard, relaxed their vigilance, taken their freedom for granted. They have busied themselves with many things and have not noticed the beginnings of new tyrannies, the rise of new threats to liberty. They have become so abhorrent of force and cruelty that they have believed the bully and the gangster could be reformed by reason and justice, or be defeated by passive resistance. And so they have been surprised and unprepared when the attacks have come again. It is perhaps too much to expect that tyrants will ever learn that man's longing for liberty cannot be destroyed. Dreams of conquest have their roots in diseased mentality, and that malady may well be ineradicable. But it is not too much to expect that free men may learn and never forget that lack of vigilance is the greatest danger to liberty. That enjoyment of liberty is the fruit of willingness to fight, suffer, and die for it. That the right to freedom cannot be divorced from the duty of defending it. This latest assault on human freedom is, in a profound sense, a searching test for nations and for individuals. There is no sure way for men and for nations to show themselves unworthy of liberty than by supine submission and refusal to fight, to render more difficult the task of those who are fighting for the preservation of human freedom, unless it be to align themselves freely and voluntarily with the destroyers of liberty. There is no sure way for men and for nations to show themselves worthy of liberty than to fight for its preservation in any way that is open to them against those who would destroy it for all. In the plans of the new tyrants of the East and of the West, there is no freedom or hope for anyone. If there be some people who believe that they can expect from Hitler or the Japanese warlords greater measure of freedom or of opportunity for freedom than they now possess, they need only look at the firing squads in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Norway, France, Yugoslavia, at the concentration camps in Germany and Austria. They need only see the degradation of the forced laborers torn from every occupied country. They can learn the fraudulent quality of that brand of freedom from the Chinese in Nanking, from the Filipinos in Manila, from the inhabitants of the East Indies. There is no chance for liberty for any people anywhere save through the victory of the free peoples. Never did a greater duty to fight against its foes devolve upon all peoples who prize liberty and all who aspire to it. Never was there such an opportunity for every people as have the people of the Philippines to demonstrate its fitness both for the rights and the responsibilities of freedom, and through proof given of its fitness to create an overwhelming sentiment in every country of the world in support of its striving for liberty. We Americans are fighting today because we have been attacked. We are fighting, as I have said, to preserve our very existence. We and the other free peoples are forced into a desperate fight because we did not learn the lessons of which I have spoken. We are forced to fight because we ignored the simple but fundamental fact that the price of peace and of the preservation of right and freedom among nations is the acceptance of international responsibility. After the last war, too many nations, including our own, tolerated or participated in attempts to advance their own interests at the expense of any system of collective security and of opportunity for all. Too many of us were blind to the evils which, thus loosed, created growing cancers within and among nations, political suspicions and hatred, the race of armaments, first stealthy and then the subject of flagrant boasts, economic nationalism and its strain of depression and misery, and finally the emergence from their dark places of the looters and thugs who found their opportunity in disorder and disaster. The shadow of a new war fell across the world. War began in 1931 when Japan invaded China. From the time when the first signs of menace to the peace of the world appeared on the horizon, the government of the United States strove increasingly to promote peace on the solid foundation of law, justice, non-intervention, non-aggression, and international collaboration. With growing insistence, we advocated the principles of a broad and constructive world order in political, economic, social, moral, and intellectual relations among nations. Principles which must constitute the foundation of any satisfactory future world order. We practiced these principles in our good neighbor policy, which was applicable to every part of the earth, and which we sought to apply not alone in the Western Hemisphere, but in the Pacific area, in Europe, and everywhere else as well. When hostilities broke out and wars were declared, our government made every honorable and feasible effort to prevent spread of the conflicts and to safeguard this country against being drawn into war. But danger increased all around us. Peaceful, unoffending countries, one after another, were brought under the heel of the invader, both in Europe and in Asia. Hitler and the Japanese warlords, by their acts and their official declarations, have made it plain that the purpose of the Japanese is to conquer and dominate virtually one half of the world with one half of its population, while Hitler's purpose is first to conquer continental Europe, and then to seize the British Isles and through control of the British fleet to dominate the seven seas. Events have demonstrated beyond question that each of the Axis powers was bent on unlimited conquest. As time went on, it became manifest that the United States and the whole Western Hemisphere were ultimate targets. Conclusive proof was given by the international desperados themselves through the publication on September 27, 1940, of the Tripartite Pact. By that Treaty of Alliance, Germany, Japan, and Italy, in effect, agreed that if any country not then at war with one of them placed obstacles in the way of the program of conquest of any of them, the three would unite in political, military, and economic action against that country. This provision was aimed direct at the United States. One of the highest official spokesmen of the Axis powers openly proclaimed that the objective of the three partners was a new world order to be achieved by force. Finally, a realization that these plans and purposes created a state of imminent and acute danger to all remaining peaceful countries, especially to those of the Western Hemisphere, forced us to face the all-important question as to when and where the peaceful nations, including ours, should begin to resist the movements of military aggression in order to make such resistance most effective. It was in these circumstances that our government felt the compelling importance of adopting the policy of aid to Great Britain and to other nations which resisted aggression, as set forth in the Lease Land Act submitted to Congress in January 1941. It is scarcely necessary to say that all subsequent utterances and acts of the leaders of Germany, Japan, and Italy have fully confirmed the wisdom and timeliness of the policy of this government in thus proceeding to defend the country before it should be too late. In December 1941, acting in concert, moving in harmony with their worldwide objective, all three launched their assault against us, the spearhead of which was at Pearl Harbor, reasoning that to achieve victory, they must conquer us, and to conquer us, they must strike before we were prepared to resist successfully. When they made this concerted attack against us, the warlords of Japan and Germany must have believed that at the root of our sincere and strong desire for peace lay a lack of will and of capacity to rise in unity of purpose and to pour all our strength and energy into the battle. They have since begun to learn better at Wake and at Midway, at Bataan and at Corregidor, in the streets of Makassar and in the Coral Sea, from the sky over Tokyo itself, again at Midway, on and over every ocean of the world, traversed by our air fleets and our naval and merchant vessels, on every battlefield of the world, increasing and supplied with our war materials. They will have final and conclusive answer from our expanding armies, navies, and air forces, operating side by side with our valiant allies, and backed by our nationwide industrial power, and the courage, the determination, and the ingenuity of our people. That answer is being forged in the fighting spirit which now pervades the people of this country, in the will to victory of the United Nations. In this vast struggle, we Americans stand united with those who, like ourselves, are fighting for the preservation of their freedom, with those who are fighting to regain the freedom of which they have been brutally deprived, with those who are fighting for the opportunity to achieve freedom. We have always believed, and we believe today, that all peoples, without distinction of race, color, or religion, who are prepared and willing to accept the responsibilities of liberty, are entitled to its enjoyment. We have always sought, and we seek today, to encourage and aid all who aspire to freedom to establish their right to it by preparing themselves to assume its obligations. We have striven to meet squarely our own responsibility in this respect in Cuba, in the Philippines, and wherever else it has devolved upon us. It has been our purpose in the past and will remain our purpose in the future to use the full measure of our influence to support attainment of freedom by all peoples who by their acts show themselves worthy of it and ready for it. We who have received from the preceding generations the priceless fruits of the centuries-old struggle for liberty freely accept today the sacrifices which may be needed to pass on to our children an even greater heritage. Our enemies confront us with armed might in every part of the globe. We cannot win this war by standing at our borders and limiting ourselves to beating off attacks. Air, submarine, and other forms of assault can be effectively defeated only if those attacked seek out and destroy the sources of attack. We shall send all the aid that we can to our gallant allies, and we shall seek out our enemies and attack them at any and every point of the globe at which the destruction of the Axis forces can be accomplished most effectively, most speedily, and most certainly. We know the magnitude of the task before us. We know that its accomplishment will exact unlimited effort and unfaltering courage. However long the road, we shall press on to the final victory. Temporary reverses must not and will not be the occasion for weakness and discouragement. On the contrary, they are the signal for all true soldiers and patriots to strike back all the harder with that superb resolution which never yields to force or threat of force. Fighting as we are in self-defense, in self-preservation, we must make certain the defeat and destruction of the world-invading forces of Hitler and the Japanese warlords. To do this, our people and the peoples of every one of the 28 United Nations must make up their minds to sacrifice time and substance and life itself to an extent unprecedented in past history. International desperados, like individual bandits, will not abandon outlawry voluntarily. They will only be stopped by force. With victory achieved, our first concern must be for those whose sufferings have been almost beyond endurance. When the armies of our enemies are beaten, the people of many countries will be starving and without means of procuring food, homeless and without means of building shelter, their fields scorched, their cattle slaughtered, their tools gone, their factories and mines destroyed, their roads and transport wrecked. Unknown millions will be far from their homes, prisoners of war, inmates of concentration camps, forced laborers in alien lands, refugees from battle, from cruelty, from starvation. Disease and danger of disease will lurk everywhere. In some countries, confusion and chaos will follow the cessation of hostilities. Victory must be followed by swift and effective action to meet these pressing needs. At the same time, all countries, those which will need relief and those more fortunate, will be faced with the immediate problems of transition from war to peace. War production must be transformed into production for the peace times of mankind, peace needs of mankind. In some countries, the physical ravages of war must be repaired. In others, agriculture must be reestablished. In all countries, returning soldiers must find places in the work of peace. There will be enormous deficiencies of many kinds of goods. All countries, including ours, will need an immense volume of production. There will therefore exist vast opportunities for useful employment. The combination of the war effort will release for use in peaceful pursuits the aspirations and energies of youth, technical experience, and in many industries, ample plants and abundance of tools. The compelling demands of war are revealing how great a supply of goods can be produced for national defense. The needs of peace should be no less compelling, though some of the means of meeting them must be different. Toward meeting these ends, each and every nation should intensively direct its efforts to the creation of an abundance for peacetime life. This can only be achieved by a combination of the efforts of individuals, the efforts of groups, and the efforts of nations. Governments can and must help to focus the energies by encouraging, coordinating, and aiding the efforts of individuals and groups. During this period of transition, the United States must continue to act in the spirit of cooperation which now underlies their war effort. To supplement and make more effective the action of countries individually in reestablishing public order, in providing swift relief, in meeting the manifold problems of readjustment. Beyond these, there will lie before all countries the great constructive task of building human freedom and Christian morality on firmer and broader foundations than ever before. This task, too, will of necessity call for both national and international action. Within each nation, liberty under law is an essential requirement of progress. The spirit of liberty, when deeply embedded in the minds and hearts of the people, is the most powerful remedy for racial animosities, religious intolerance, ignorance, and all the other evils which prevent men from uniting in a brotherhood of truly civilized existence. It inspires men to acquisition of knowledge and understanding. It is the only real foundation of political and social stability. Liberty is more than a matter of political rights, indispensable as those rights are. In our own country, we have learned from bitter experience that to be truly free, men must have as well economic freedom and economic security. The assurance for all alike of an opportunity to work as free men in the company of free men, to obtain through work the material and spiritual means of life, to advance through the exercise of ability, initiative, and enterprise, to make provision against the hazards of human existence. We know that this is true of mankind everywhere. We know that in all countries there has been and there will be increasing in the future demand for a forward movement of social justice. Each of us must be resolved that once the war is won, this demand shall be met as speedily and as fully as possible. All these advances in political freedom, in economic betterment, in social justice, in spiritual values, can be achieved by each nation primarily through its own work and effort, mainly through its own wise policies and actions. They can be made only where there is acceptance and cultivation of the concepts and the spirit of human rights and human freedom. It is impossible for any nation or group of nations to prescribe the methods or provide the means by which any other nation can accomplish or maintain its own political and economic independence, be strong, prosper, and attain high spiritual goals. It is possible, however, for all nations to give and to receive help. That which nations can and must do towards helping one another is to take, by cooperative action, steps for the elimination of impediments and obstructions which prevent the full use by each, for the welfare of its people, of the energy and resources which are at its command. And the nations can and must, again by cooperative action under common agreement, create such facilities as will enable each to increase the effectiveness of its own national effort. Such cooperative action is already underway. 28 United Nations have proclaimed their adherence to a program of principles and purposes by which mankind may advance toward higher standards of national and international conduct. That program is embodied in the declaration made on August 14, 1941 by President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, now known as the Atlantic Charter. The pledge of the Atlantic Charter is of a system which will give every nation, large or small, a greater assurance of stable peace, greater opportunity for the realization of its aspirations to freedom, and greater facilities for material advancement. But that pledge implies an obligation for each nation to demonstrate its capacity for stable and progressive government, to fulfill scrupulously its established duties to other nations, to settle its international differences and disputes by none but peaceful methods, and to make its full contribution to the maintenance of enduring peace. For decades, all nations have lived in the shadow of threatened coercion or war. This has imposed heavy burdens of armament, which in the cases of many nations has absorbed so large a part of their production efforts as to leave the remainder of their resources inadequate for maintaining, let alone improving, the economic, social, and cultural standards of their people. Closely related to this has been a burden less obvious but of immense weight, the inevitable limitation that fear of war imposes on productive activity. Many men, groups of men, and even nations have dared not plan, create, or increase the means of production, fearing lest war come and their efforts thus be rendered vain. No nation can make satisfactory progress while its citizens are in the grip of constant fear of external attack or interference. It is plain that some international agency must be created, which can, by force if necessary, keep the peace among nations in the future. There must be international cooperative action to set up the mechanism which can thus ensure peace. This must include eventual adjustment of national armaments in such a manner that the rule of law cannot be successfully challenged and that the burden of armaments may be reduced to a minimum. In the creation of such mechanisms, there would be a practical and purposeful application of sovereign powers through measures of international cooperation for purposes of safeguarding the peace. Participation by all nations in such measures would be for each its contribution towards its own future security and safety from outside attack. Settlement of disputes by peaceful means, and indeed all processes of international cooperation, presuppose respect for law and obligations. It is plain that one of the institutions which must be established and be given vitality is an international court of justice. It is equally clear that in the process of reestablishing international order, the United Nations must exercise surveillance over aggressor nations until such time as the latter demonstrate their willingness and ability to live at peace with other nations. How long such surveillance will need to continue must depend upon the rapidity with which the peoples of Germany, Japan, Italy, and their satellites give convincing proof that they have repudiated and abandoned the monstrous philosophy of superior race and conquest by force, and have embraced loyally the basic principles of peaceful processes. During the formative period of the World Organization, interruption by these aggressors must, of course, be rendered impossible. One of the greatest of all obstacles which in the past have impeded human progress and afforded breeding ground for dictators has been extreme nationalism. All will agree that nationalism and its spirit are essential to the healthy and normal political and economic life of a people. But when policies of nationalism, political, economic, social, and moral, are carried to such extremes as to exclude and prevent necessary policies of international cooperation, they become dangerous and deadly. Nationalism run riot between the last war and this war, defeated all attempts to carry out indispensable measures of international economic and political action, encouraged and facilitated the rise of dictators, and drove the world straight toward the present war. During this period, narrow and short-sighted nationalism found its most virulent expression in the economic field. It prevented goods and services from flowing in volume at all adequate from nation to nation, and thus severely hampered the work of production, distribution, and consumption, and greatly retarded efforts for social betterment. No nation can make satisfactory progress when it is deprived by its own action or by the action of others of the immeasurable benefits of international exchange of goods and services. The Atlantic Charter declares the right of all nations to access on equal terms to the trade and to the raw materials of the world, which are needed for their economic prosperity. This is essential if the legitimate and growing demand for the greatest practicable measure of stable employment is to be met, accompanied by rising standards of living. If the actual and potential losses resulting from limitations on economic activity are to be eliminated, a system must be provided by which this can be assured. In order to accomplish this, and to establish among the nations a circle of mutual benefit, excessive trade barriers of the many different kinds must be reduced, and practices which impose injuries on others and divert trade from its natural economic course must be avoided. Equally plain is the need for making national currencies once more freely exchangeable for each other at stable rates of exchange, or a system of financial relations so devised that materials can be produced and ways may be found of moving them where there are markets created by human need, or machinery through which capital may, for the development of the world's resources and for the stabilization of economic activity, move on equitable terms from financially stronger to financially weaker countries. There there may be need for some special trade arrangements and for international agreements to handle difficult surplus programs and to meet situations in special areas. These are only some of the things that nations can attempt to do as continuous discussion and experience instruct their judgment. There are bound to be many others, but the new policies should always be guided by cautious and sound judgment, lest we make new mistakes in place of old ones and create new conflicts. Building for the future in the economic sphere thus means that each nation must give substance and reality to programs of social and economic progress by augmenting production and using the greater output for the increase of general welfare, but not permitting it to be diverted or checked by special interests, private or public. It also means that each nation must play its full part in a system of world relations designed to facilitate the production and movement of goods in response to human needs. With peace among nations reasonably assured, with political stability established, with economic shackles removed, a vast fund of resources will be released in each nation to meet the needs of progress, to make possible for all of its citizens an advancement toward higher living standards, to invigorate the constructive forces of initiative and enterprise. The nations of the world will then be able to go forward in the manner of their own choosing, in all avenues of human betterment, more completely than they have ever been able to do in the past. They will do so through their own efforts and with complete self-respect. Continuous self-development of nations and individuals in a framework of effective cooperation with others is the sound and logical road to the higher standards of life which we all crave and seek. No nation will find this easy. Neither victory nor any form of post-war settlement will of itself create a millennium. Rather, we shall be offered an opportunity to eliminate vast obstacles and waste, to make available additional means of advancing national and international standards, to create new facilities whereby the natural resources of the earth and the products of human hands and brains can be more effectively utilized for the promotion of human welfare. To make full use of this opportunity, we must be resolved not alone to proclaim the blessings and benefits which we all alike desire for humanity, but to find the mechanisms by which they may be most fully and most speedily attained and be most effectively safeguarded. The manifold tasks that lie ahead will not be accomplished overnight. There will be need for plans developed with careful consideration and carried forward boldly and vigorously. The vision, the resolution, and the skill with which the conditions of peace will be established and developed after the war will be as much a measure of man's capacity for freedom and progress as the fervor and determination which men show in winning the victory. Without impediment to the fullest prosecution of the war, indeed for its most effective prosecution, the United Nations should from time to time, as they did in adopting the Atlantic Charter, formulate and proclaim their common views regarding fundamental policies which will chart for mankind a wise course based on enduring spiritual values. In support of such policies, an informed public opinion must be developed. This is a task of intensive study, hard thinking, broad vision, and leadership, not for governments alone, but especially for parents and teachers and clergymen and all those within each nation who provide spiritual, moral, and intellectual guidance. Never did so great and so compelling a duty in this respect devolve upon those who are in positions of responsibility, public and private. For the immediate present, the all-important issue is that of winning the war. winning it as soon as possible, and winning it decisively. Into that we must put our utmost effort, now and every day, until victory is won. A bitter armed attack on human freedom has aroused mankind to new heights of courage, determination, and moral strength. It has evoked a spirit of work, sacrifice, and cooperative effort. With that strength and with that spirit, we shall win.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the Honorable Cordell Hull, Secretary of State, whose address concerned what America is fighting for. Mr. Hull spoke to you from his office in the Department of State in Washington.
Beneman, the modern chewing gum laxative, presents fun facts and front-page features in the original radio show of its kind, the fascinating game. Now then, Double or Nothing. Music by Brusiloff. Announcing Aloy Tabrilla. Salute to the American Theater Wing. Guest contestants, Helen Menken, Lucy Monroe, Madge Evans, Brock Pemberton, and Larry Adler. And awarding United States War Stamps for Beneman, the originator of Double or Nothing, Walter Compton. Greetings, everyone. No group has given more lavishly of its time and talent to the war effort than this nation's theatrical performers. And so tonight, Double or Nothing pays tribute to the entertainment world's organization, the American Theater Wing, dedicated to serving and entertaining the men in our armed forces. 5 famous and hard-working members of the Theater Wing, plus a sailor-soldier double-double team, are going to try to win those United States war stamps that Beneman awards to quiz winners. So swing our star-studded celebrity cavalcade into action, Aloy Tabrilla, and bring on that first contestant. Okay, Walter, and facing the personality parade is a lovely star of stage and screen, whose husband, Sidney Kingsley, noted playwright, is a member of our armed forces. Here is Madge Evans.
Hello.
See, it's nice to have you up here. That's a strong box.
Yes.
In that we put war saving stamps with the compliments of Beneman, Miss Evans. I don't know why they had to do this to me. I mean, I want to work, and then you start first. Why didn't they put Pemberton up here first? I could have got that.
That's what I asked him to do. He refused. He said I had to break the ice so that he could come in when they were warm.
Okay, this question's from Miss Laura S. Schrack of Camden, New Jersey, who gets $5 for sending it in. Which one usually bites you, Miss Evans, Mr. or Mrs. Mosquito?
Oh, dear. Mrs., I think.
That's not bad. $5 goes in there. Okay.
Feel better.
You feel better. What happens now is you ad-lib for a minute on the subject of the question. Every time you get real good, we'll pay off some money, and then you're going to get one more question, and that's the Double or Nothing question, and you've got to be good. So let's go.
Well, now, let me see. The female of the species is more deadly than the male.
$3.
She has to have blood to hatch her eggs. She has to have human blood to hatch her eggs. Really?
More.
Only 3?
Oh, another $1. I won't put it.
Wait a minute. Now, there's a mosquito boat. There's a mosquito fleet.
Another $1.
There's a play about the mosquito.
What?
A yellow jack.
Miss Evans, $2.
Well, it's true.
I didn't believe.
Don't distract me. Let me see. Now,
$2. I distract you there. Go on.
Oh, dear, it lays its larva on the water. Citronella's good for
$4
mosquitoes.
for Citronella.
I live in Jersey, and that's where the Jersey mosquitoes come from.
$1 for those Jersey
They're
mosquitoes.
very large. They're worth more.
Oh, another $1.
They're very hungry in Connecticut, I believe.
They are?
Yes.
They're not very large, though. Just $1.
I can imitate a mosquito.
You can. Oh, the clock did it for you. $20.
Now.
Then. You've been hearing this.
I've heard it, yes.
Double or Nothing.
Go ahead.
How many legs has a mosquito? Quiet, please.
Oh, dear. Has it 6?
It has 6, $20 in United States Force saving stamps plus 20 is 40. $45 in all, Miss Evans, and that was pretty good on that double or nothing question. You got right in there and guessed good.
Thank you. Will you give it to the stage door canteen, please?
I'll see that it gets there. Thank you, Miss Madge Evans. Thanks a lot.
Walter, your next guest star is radio chairman of the American Theater Wing. But you know her best for her memorable performances in Seventh Heaven, Mary of Scotland, and The Old Maid. Currently, she's adding new laurels to her brilliant dramatic career with a radio broadcast on the program Second Husband. Meet Miss Helen Menken.
Welcome to Double or Nothing, Miss Menken. But before I give you your quiz, we'd like to talk with you a minute about the American Theater Wing. Just how to get started.
Well, Walter, it all came out of a little black book written by our president, Miss Rachel Crovers.
Oh, yes, the author of Susan and God, and Let Us Be Gay.
That's right. About 25 years ago, Miss Crovers and 6 prominent actresses helped organize the theater to entertain our doughboys in the last war. And they called themselves the Stage Women's War Relief at that time. And their efforts were tremendously successful.
What about the little black book, Miss Menken?
Oh, well, fortunately, Miss Crovers kept an itemized record of this wartime organization, and it's been most helpful in our present work.
Well, tell us some of the things the American Theater Wing does,
Well,
Miss Menken.
one of our activities is a Speaker's Bureau to help sell bonds for our government. Now, you know, this really takes training. Actors and actresses are known never to be too good at figures. You know that.
Maybe your agents could help you, Miss Menken.
The agents have been wonderful, Walter. Why, you know what they've done? Given up 10%. No commissions, all to the theater workers. And more, of course, 10% more to the government. And then let me see. Oh, yes, we have first aid classes and the blood donors for the Red Cross, and we give performances for worthwhile charities. And then we have sewing rooms, and we're very proud, of the soap slippers Florence Reed has designed. Why, we've sent thousands of them to our men in Iceland and Newfoundland.
Well, I understand that in a poll conducted among the servicemen, the boys voted your organization's stage door canteens their favorite off-duty rendezvous.
Oh, yes, it's wonderful. Our canteens are pretty popular with the boys, and it's our dream and hope to have one at every important military center. Right now, we have one in New York, and there's one in Philadelphia. Washington opens in about, 2 weeks, and Boston, too, and I'll let you in on a secret.
Yeah, just between me and the microphone.
That's it, Walter. Betty Davis is going to open a stage door canteen in Hollywood.
Isn't it difficult to supply entertainment to canteens far removed from the entertainment centers?
Yes, in a way, but the American Theater Wing plans to overcome that problem by sending the talent to these points if they can. That is, from Broadway and Hollywood and Chicago.
That's excellent, but expensive, Miss Menken.
Yes, but we have a sponsor now, Walter. A series of radio programs based on our New York Stage Door Canteen starts on another network next Thursday night.
And I understand credit for that deal goes to you.
Not at all. Not at all. Not to me, but to the wing. And, of course, the credit goes to our sponsor. Oh, golly, the radio business has such charming men.
Oh, thank you, Miss Menken.
And, of course, all members of the theatrical profession are a part of your organization.
Yes, it means the stage, the screen, and the radio, and all its allied crafts. Why, you're a member of Lloyd's and one of the finest busboys we've ever had. And, you know, we're very much interested in our canteens that are going to be located outside the big theater centers because they'll give our unknown youngsters who want to be entertainers a chance to perform, too.
You mean the boys and girls now studying in little theater groups and dancing schools?
Yes, Walter. Those children who are the stars of tomorrow, perhaps. The boys and girls who carry on the tradition of the American entertainer and the theater. I pray every night that we'll never have to open our little black book again. And when this war is over, we'll pass that little black book on to these youngsters as a heritage, a tradition, so that if it becomes necessary, they too will someday bring a little happiness to our fighting men in times of stress.
Thank you very much, Helen Mencken, but now you give me that little script we've got here, and I want to see whether you can ad-lib as good as you can read.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't read that, though. I really have never got a question on my mind.
Here's your strong box.
All right, there's nothing in it.
I know that. Just why do people always say nothing happens till the double or nothing question? If you're really good, we really take off.
I see.
First
Off
question
the code.
comes from Oliver Sheehan of Portland, Maine. He gets $5 for sending it in.
Right.
I want you to name a lover who was a Don and a tennis player who is a Don.
Oh, my goodness, Walter. That's an easy one.
Go on, then.
Who else could I think of but Don Juan and Don Bud?
Okay, Don Juan and 4 to go. Give me $5. There, we got it now. Let's go.
Now what happens?
You ad-lib for a minute.
I see. Well, now, Don Bud, he cleaned up in the laundry business.
All right, $2 for Don Bud in the laundry business.
And he wielded a very mean racket, if you know what I mean.
I'll wheel a couple there.
I never saw him, but my Mama Dunn told me.
Oh, Miss Mencken. Okay, $3 for the pun.
Mama Dunn told me he has red hair.
Just like yours. $2.
But that real Don Juan has black hair. And I have a Don Juan, too.
You do?
I haven't seen my Don Juan for a long time. He's at Camp Gordon in Augusta, Georgia.
$5.
Oh, wonderful. He'll be pleased for that $5. Well, anyway, there are soldiers and sailors and Marines.
$3.
Stage door canteen, wonderful
$3 for the
boys.
stage door canteen any damn way.
But they're all Don Juan, too, to somebody
Miss
or
Mencken,
someone.
you were really trying to get in there now. All right, $2 are all Don Juan.
Really, Walter, don't you think that history's built up this Don Juan question?
There goes that clock. $22.
Is that?
Well, Madge Evans got 45. Here's your double or nothing question now, then.
Oh, I'm undone.
Double or nothing. Give me one of the Russian names for the Don River.
Don River. I know it's not
Your Mama Don told you that, but I know.
Yeah. Well, Russian. Dostoevsky.
No, it's easy from time to time.
Donna, tuna.
Tuna's all right. That's okay. All tuna. 44 plus 5. $49 in Washington. Thank you, Helen Mencken.
Stage door canteen.
That's a good police that there. Thank you very much, Helen Mencken. Now, boys, I've got a ham and chicken.
Music, Blusilov.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. No. I'm trying to tell you that I've got a plant that looks like a spiny cactus. Oh. Some people call it hens and chickens, and back in the Middle Ages, they called it Jupiter's beard.
So you've got a cactus.
Well, now, back in the old days, Aloys, folks used to think it made a mighty fine remedy.
Do you mean people ate this spiny cactus stuff?
Yes, sir. And here's the recipe. First, you stomp the plant with the heel of the boot until the juice runneth. Collect the juice and drink it. In the Middle Ages, it was supposed to be great stuff.
Well, that's a queer one, all right. But queerer than that, some people still take some mighty grim-tasting, old-fashioned laxatives. And that's so unnecessary, when they could take the good-tasting, modern chewing gum laxative, Phenamint. So, folks, why don't you give yourself all the benefits of a modern laxative the next time one is needed? Just chew Phenamint at bedtime. As with all medicines, take it only in accordance with package directions. Get a night of undisturbed rest. Start the next day feeling like a million again.
Thank you, Aloys Zavillo.
Walter, your next contestant is one of Broadway's most distinguished producers. When he isn't sponsoring such comedy hits as Strictly Dishonorable, Personal Appearance, or Kiss the Boys Goodbye, he's busy serving as master of ceremonies at the American Theater Wing Stage Door Canteen. Here is Brock Pemberton.
Your strong box, sir.
Will there be anything in it?
I don't know. Let's see how well you can produce up here. They tell me you got a new show starting soon, too.
Thank you for the
What's the name of it?
Janie.
Janie, when's it going to open?
In a month, I hope.
Okay, first question coming up now. Viola E. Ray of Los Angeles, California gets $5 for sending it in, and the Sterling Drug Company gets a special award. What celebrated traveler's name is that of a sport usually played by wealthy sportsmen?
How long do I get?
You don't get along, Mr. McClung. Keep going over there.
Well, I've learned never to look a quiz question in the face. You look at it backwards. And taking it backwards,
The wealthiest game I know is polo.
That's right. What's the man's name?
Marco.
That's right. $5 in war stats goes in there. Let's go, Mr. Pemberton, see you, lad. Let's really produce this time. You've got to beat $49 from this making.
The most famous polo field in America is the Meadowbrook.
$2.
In England, where the international matches were played, it was Hurlingham, just outside London.
He's telling me now. $2 more. Okay.
Can I get a $3 question on this?
I don't know. Work up to it.
The late Will Rogers was a great polo enthusiast.
All right, I'll give you $3 for Will Rogers.
He had his own field, $1 for that.
$1, okay. You're sneaking these in on $1 for that.
The most prevalent, if not the most popular headgear at present was originated by polo, the helmet. It's worn by millions of men.
That's right. $3. I haven't got any of that down here. Keep going.
Tell me some of those.
Well, how do you play polo?
You play it with a mallet and a
$1.
ball.
And $1 for the ball. Whoa, there goes the clock. My goodness. $13 now then. Double or nothing.
Why, John Kieran Evans got what, 20 or something?
He got 45.
Mosquito expert.
Well, that's law. Look at Miss Evans and look at you.
Mencken.
Double or nothing on the 13, Mr. Pemberton. Can a horse score in polo?
Not a horse, but a pony can. A pony goal.
That's right. That's correct. Okay. 26 plus 5. $31 more savings stamps compliment of Cena Man.
Sorry, there's not more to give the American Theater Wing.
Give me $5 more, and let me put $5 more for the American Theater Wing. Now we got it back up. Thank you, Mr. Beverly.
Now then, Walter Compton, here's your double-double team. And they're two members of our armed forces. William Pryor, Yeoman Third Class, and Nat Skank, Private First Class.
Step up here, boys. Did you say William Priority? I don't believe it.
Priority is right.
Was it really Priority?
That's right. Is this Davy Jones?
The locker. We have got more people who can make funny remarks about our empty strong boxes. Well, that's not your question, soldier. I used to look down there. Here we go. Comes from Harold E. Sterling of Chicago. He gets $5. This is a very hard question. If you were walking along the street and came across a free-for-all, would you pick it up, ignore it, or call the police? Make your mind up.
I think I'd call the police.
You'd call the police. What would you do?
New York has the greatest police force.
Okay, all right. Give me $5. Boys, the subject is yours.
I think Valentine is police commissioner.
Well, we get to the police. $2. All right.
The shore patrol isn't so bad, are they?
Shore patrol
Don't forget
is good for the Navy. $3.
military police.
$3 for the military police.
How about $5 for the motorcycle squad?
$3 for the motorcycle squad.
Well, wait a minute. I can rattle off squads by the dozen. How about the emergency squad?
All right,
the
$1.
riot squad.
Another $1. I'll give you $2 for the riot squad.
Oh, yes, the homicide squad.
$1.
$1?
All right, another $1.
They tell me you can find a cop on every corner. Yeah, when they take their jackets off.
I don't get that, but I'll give you $1 for that, too. Say something for $5, will you, please? Something terrific.
Can you find a cop on every corner?
Did I give him $5 for that?
They also use motorcycles.
$1 for motorcycles, $1 for horses. Say something for $2.
Oh, they use a dolly car, too, which...
All right, $2 for the dolly car.
How about those speed cars? Radio cars.
$3 for a radio car anytime.
Damn good. One more.
What happened to the free-for-all, I thought?
Oh, yeah. How about luck?
Wait a minute. Whoa, $5 not to do it.
Oh, yes, they have an organization called the PAL.
Whoa. $29. Top so far. And this is the double or nothing question, gentlemen, and I cannot repeat it to listen very carefully. Translate the following. After the fracas, they put me in the Black Maria, took me to the cooler, and fixed up my Shiner and my Charlie horse.
After the fight,
Yes.
They put me in the station wagon.
That's all right. Our police patrol wagon.
Fixed up my eye.
It took you somewhere first.
Oh, yes,
Took
me to jail.
Took you to jail and fixed up your eye and,
My child horse needs my hand or, the kink out of your mustache.
Yes, sir! Yeah, okay. Well, that's 29 plus 29 is $58 plus 5 is $63 in United States War Savings Stamps with compliments, Peterman. Thank you,
Mr. Compton?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to give 10% of this to the stage store canteen.
Well, we'll see that they get it. Okay. Take it back to Gladys. She'll fix it up for you. Our star tenor, Frank Forrest, writes me that he's having a wonderful vacation in California. Just the same, I'll bet Frank envies me right now. Why? Because I'm taking Frank Forrest's place to present your next contestant. The lovely young lady who handles one of the standard features of the New York Stage Door Canteen. The star-spangled songstress who leads the rousing community sings, Miss Lucy McGraw.
Anybody hears any queer noises, it's my knees knocking against the mic.
I'm surprised you, Miss Monroe. You come up here in a black dress. Where's that red, white, and blue concoction I saw you in once?
Well, I'm awfully sorry. Here's some red and here's some white. I got blue in my purse.
Here's your strong box. Your question comes from Muriel Allenson of New York City, who gets $5 for sending it in. What three men were in a tub? And, you know, in rubber-dub-dub. 3 men in the tub.
3 men in the tub.
Rubber-dub-dub.
Oh,
3 men in the
dear.
tub. Quiet, please.
Could it have been the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick
It
maker?
showed food, lady. It showed.
Oh,
Not all goes in there. Let go.
Well, I can think of some awful puns for the butcher and baker.
Go right ahead.
Can we have puns?
Yeah. $2 each, Miss Monroe.
Well, the butcher, he'll always meet you halfway. Ooh.
That's terrible. $1. Oh, give another $1. I
And
promise $2.
the baker needs dough.
That's
and
worth $2.
don't we all?
Yeah, that's worth $2 more.
The candlestick maker, let me see. Well, candles
Well, he's just an
are...
old stick in the mud. I'll take it.
Oh! Candles are the
I can't
oldest...
understand that, can you? Go on, you do it.
You're much worse than I am to make it feel comfortable.
I'll give you $3 more because I admit it.
Well, candles are the oldest form of lighting, I should say. And, of course, you can burn a candle at both ends.
You
but
said it
I don't know if you
$3.
should. It won't last very long. About the baker, you couldn't have meant Newton D. Baker, could you?
I'll give you $2 for him, though.
You would. I think he's worth more than that.
Another $1. These people really are on to me tonight. I'm not kidding you. Name some things.
Tell me, if there were 3 men... Oh.
What were you going to say?
Time we have that awful. Well, I like to talk about if there were 3 men in the boat. I was wondering if you'd like any threes.
No. We got $17 here now. Here's the double or nothing question. Now then, double or nothing. What kind of difficulties have butchers in many sections of the country run into this past few days?
Oh, that's not so hard if you read the newspapers, I'm bragging. They have had a hard time, I believe, getting beef and pork because it's going to the government, right?
A lot of the pork is. It's all right. I'll accept that as correct. That's okay. $4 plus 5, $39 in United States War Savings Stamps. Thank you,
so
Miss
much.
Lucy
I'd like
Monroe.
very much to leave this with you for the American Theater Wing Stage Door Canteen.
Of course, we'll be set there. Thank you a lot. Lucy Monroe.
Once upon a time, there was a guy named Joe. He was a good guy most of the time. Brought home the pay envelope every week, remembered the kids' birthdays, and sometimes took his mother-in-law for a drive in the car on Sundays. But, like most of the rest of us, it sometimes seemed to Joe that the world had ganged up on him. He got the idea the boss had a special grudge against him, and that the kids made an awful lot of noise around the house. The dinner didn't taste good, and it was a terrible job to get up in the morning.
It isn't any fun to feel the way Joe felt, yet how often that sunk, unhappy feeling so many of us have is due to just as simple a thing as the need for dependable laxative medicine. And it's then that millions of wise folks turn to Phenament, the modern chewing gum laxative. It's as delightful and convenient to take as your favorite chewing gum. And more important, Phenament brings gentle and dependable relief. So if the need of a laxative ever gets you feeling that the world is down on you, try Phenament and get back on the sunny side of life.
Thank you, Lloyd Zavilla. Friends, I'd like to tell you how you can get in on the fun of Double or Nothing. Send us your questions addressed to Phenament Mutual Network, New York. The questions first received and used win $5. And if you include your friendly druggist's name, he too may win a special award. If duplicates are received, the first entry we get and use naturally wins. All questions become the property of Double or Nothing, and our judges' decisions are final. We pay $5 for each question used on the program. Remember, address yours to Phenament Mutual Network, New York.
Walter, you know good things come in little packages.
You referring to war stamps, Lloyd?
No, not at this moment. I'm talking about our next guest, Hip Pocket Stradivarius, the mouth organ. And when this harmonica Heifetz blows to town, the applause is deafening, whether coming from the audience of servicemen in the stage door canteen or the white tie trade at New York Savoy Plaza. Meet Larry Adler.
Well, how are you, Lawrence?
I'm fine, thank you.
You should know a lot about music, and you do know a lot about music, don't you? You know a lot about music, not what? You don't know. Well, you ought to know a lot about music. What was that laugh from?
That means who, me?
Yeah, you.
I just thought I'd translate it.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Question comes from Miss Emma E. Frost of Newark, New Jersey. $5 for sending it in. What are the names of the bodies of an automobile, a ship, and an airplane?
The bodies of the body of an automobile is a chassis.
That's right, a ship.
Hull.
Hull, and an airplane.
Airplane.
No, the body, not the body part of it.
All right, I'm working on it. I do know, but I don't. Harmonica players are awful, too.
No, but it's just a few syllables.
A fusilier.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to pretend that he didn't give me any hint on that.
Let's go.
Oh, I've got to talk about those things?
Right.
Well, I was just reading in a magazine today that Mr. Melton, James Melton, has an excellent collection of automobiles.
All right. For the life of me, I can't understand where you saw, but I'll give you $3.
You're as bad as Miss Monroe. He has Stanley steamers, and he has those electric automobiles, which come in very handy these days.
Yes.
Very handy indeed. Airplanes seem to be achieving a new impetus in this war due to Major Seversky's book.
Or somebody else's, $4.
I visited the Henry Kaiser shipyards on the West Coast, and I saw ships being made such as have never been made.
Mr. Kaiser's worth $4, too, Mr.
Mr. Kaiser's worth a lot more to this country.
$2 more.
He's building ships faster than anyone in the world has ever built them before, and now he wants to build transport planes to ferry supplies to the nations that need them. I have been up in a plane, and I get very sick whenever I am, but I go up anyway.
That's a nice admission. $2 more.
I've always wanted to fly my own plane someday when people are allowed to. I hope to.
$2. You might help do it with this. Time's up, though. You've got $22. Now then. Double or nothing.
I'll say double. I'll get nothing.
You ran right smack into mathematics.
That's me.
What was the total tonnage of those airplanes that Henry J. Kaiser recently suggested we construct in the 9 converted shipbuilding yards per year? The total tonnage per year. Now, you know about them. You just told me that.
The total. I left my heart at the stage door.
How many planes a year, and what was the tonnage of each? Then you have to multiply it. Quickly.
Frankly, I do not know.
Oh, come on. Take a guess.
300,000 tons, that's a nice round figure.
It's not close enough.
I told you I was a dope. You wouldn't believe me.
I didn't believe it. Oh, I'm sorry, Larry. 350,000 tons.
Wow.
You were close, though. Anyway, the money you accumulated, that, how much was it, $22 in all? Will be sent to your favorite charity, which I take it is the American Theater Wing.
Yes, as I say, I left my heart at the stage door canteen. That ought to buy it back.
We'll send that to the stage door canteen. Thank you very much, Larry Adler. Thanks a lot. Next week's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, will salute those daredevils of the air, the American volunteer group of Flying Tigers, represented by Walter Pentecost and Alan Hine, the writer. Our guest star will be Glenn Gray, leader of the famous Castelloma Orchestra. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. J.W. Johnston, managing director of Victory Garden Harvest Shows, for his kind expressions of appreciation for our broadcast last week. Now then, this is Walter Compton speaking from New York, saying goodbye to you.
You don't want to suffer a minute longer than necessary when you have acid indigestion, isn't that right? Well, then listen to this. Here's a handy new chewing gum way to get extra fast relief from gas, sour stomach, or heartburn due to excess stomach acidity. It's called Chooz, C-H-O-O-Z, and it brings extra speedy relief for two reasons. First, its 3 medically approved ingredients work fast. Second, you don't have to wait till you get home and mix up powders or fuss with bottles and spoons. You can chew Chooz wherever you are without embarrassment. So you tackle acid indigestion the moment you feel it coming on by chewing extra fast-acting Chooz. Chooz is not a laxative. Chooz contains no soda or sedatives. Is not habit-forming. Get Chooz now. 10 quick-acting tablets cost only 10 cents. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade, it's Sound Off. Greetings, brethren and sistren of the solid beat. Every order has been filled and ready to spill, so pass your plates, Gates. This is Beamy Bill Smith rattling the bones to sound off with 4 naturals. You ordered these winners, and they won the dough. You're in the know, Joe. Your candy counter is stacked with goodies from yesterday and today, and as long as you order them, they shall be scaled and unveiled. Get a faint whiff of number 4 on your favorite foursome. Thanks to the cats in New Caledonia, we're able to fill their order a la mode, cause the tune they crave is but simply. Labeled Suddenly It's Spring, it's Sonny Dunham's band with Billy Usher on the local vocal.
Dancing, imagine dancing. You look at me and suddenly it's spring. Why do I keep sighing? Not sad, I'm sighing. I'm young and free, and suddenly it's spring. I want a hilltop, love is calling. Someone should wish me happy falling. No more being lonely. Can I be lonely? You look at me and suddenly it's spring.
welcome Sonny Dunham to Sound Off. Jack, tell the cash customers up in the gallery that they're due for one of the musical highlights of the symphonic season, 'cause this little minuet is right out of this cosmo. Number 2 on your red, hot, and blue tune thermometer. Say, we had to haul this gem out of the attic, but just wait till you dig the patent leather polish put on it by B. Wayne. Oh, that gal chants a mighty fine fortissimo. Enough orders whizzed in from the gang in Iceland to ensure a fine dinner. So here it is. You Made Me Love You. It's B. Wayne.
You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. You made me want you. And all the time you knew it. I guess you always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me feel so glad. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so bad. You made me sigh, for I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you. I need some love. That's true. Yes, I do. Deed, I do. You know I do. Give me what I cry for. You know you've got the kind of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. You made me want you. I guess you always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me feel so glad. But there were so many times you made me feel so bad, darling. You made me sigh, for I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you. I need some love. That's true. Yes, I do. Deed, I do. You know I do. Give me what I cry for. You know you've got the brand of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you.
Oh, baby. Hey, now drop out of that cloud and join us again, will you? Say, Chillin', do you have a favorite song or tune you'd like to hear? Well, an order for the front burner man to fill up here for you? Well, all right, then. Sit right down and drop a line to Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Oh, yes, and will you also tell us whether you hear this program by shortwave or over your local station? Thanks, Yanks. Attention, men, we now present the pewter pin. This austere ceremony is strictly Technicolor. The award for the nicest letter of the day hops, skips, and jumps straight to Private Arthur Gill, APO 557. A million thanks, Artie. And here slides your solid sound-off special, a slice of gut bucket by that slush pump artist Tommy Dorsey and his band. The tune, Miner Goes A-Muggin', for Private Arthur Gill. should suit you to a T, Dorsey. Old Solitude, they call him up in cat heaven. Well, now, I see the hip chicks and hip hermits are pounding their mitts for the next set-to. So here it is, the tune that got more orders than all the rest. Number 1 and top honey on your red hot and blue tune parade. You know, orders from the fellas in the Solomons set a record for this very popular calypso cantata. It's Love, Love, Love. A familiar theme set to heartburn, and we wheel it in with Bing Crosby and the kids vulcanizing a voot vocal. Number 1.
Imagine you imagining that you love me and starting on a family tree. Imagine starting on a family tree. The mama is you and the papa is me. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If you need to go knockity knock, it's love, love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. Imagine you imagining a man and a wife. We'll go and buy a fork and a knife. Imagine eating with a fork and a knife. How rich it will be for the rest of our life. If your heart goes bumpity bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If your knees go knockity knock, it's love, love, love. If you cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, love, love. If your heart goes bumpity, bumpity, bump, it's love, love, love. If your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. If your knees go knockity, knockity, knock, it's L-O-V-E, love. If you're cuckoo like the cuckoo in the clock, it's love, 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 love.
Well, gang, that's the way this coffee clutch came out for this time. Orders are still pouring in for more favorites, and I hope one of those orders belongs to you. Of course, the majority wins, but we try to fill them all, and there ain't nothing off limits. The joint is wide open for stuff, in other words. If you happen to know a dyed-in-the-wool square who still wears a watch fob from the Sioux City County Fair, invite him in, and let's give the boy the full treatment. Are you game? So until we slap the sharps and flats around together again, the very best of luck to every one of you. This is Beanie Bill Smith, slipping the signature on another sound-off. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver! Away!
The town of Blackwater, on the edge of the cattle country, was jam-packed with cowhands on a holiday. The spring roundup was over, and from all the ranches for miles around, the cattlemen and their waddies were spending the cash the cattle had brought. Two men rode into town and stopped in the heavy shadows near a building. Only one idler stood near.
Steady, Silver. Is it all right if I ground hitch my horse out here, mister? Hey, that white stallion's a Jim Dandy. Is he for sale? No, he isn't. Just name your figure, mister. I'll pay cash, I'll swap, or I'll make you a wager. Maybe a shooting match at a target. Winner take the horse. How about it? Sorry. Silver's not for sale. Well, it's worth a try anyway. Steady, big fella. Hey, you better tie your horse to the hitching rail. You might wander. No. Silver stands where he's told. Don't you, big fella? Keno, you sure got him well trained. Well, there's Tad Beaver. Howdy, Tad.
Kimasabi, what we do? There are plenty of hombre in Blackwater, and you wear mask.
It's a dark night, Tonto. I've got my hat pulled down. The mask won't be noticed. We'll stay in the shadows. Keep your eyes open for trouble.
Trouble mean Meacham, huh?
Wherever Meacham shows his ugly face, there's trouble, all right. I'll meet you back here in half an hour.
Time to go.
So far, so good, huh, boys? This end of town is plenty dark. Everybody's down to the gambling halls.
Everything's all set, Meacham.
Don't blow up the safe till I give the word.
What are we waiting for?
Here he comes now. That you, Jed?
Meacham, better rip that safe open and vamoose with the cash pronto.
What's the matter? Something we didn't figure on?
Yeah, it's
I don't see anything wrong. This end of town's deserted. Everybody's up with the gambling is and the liquor.
Let me finish. He's in town, Meacham.
Eh?
Him.
Who are you talking about? The way you say it, it sounds like...
The masked man.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm sure it was him. Even though it was too dark to spot his mask. He drew rein beside the Bright Star not more than 10 minutes ago. He had his Indian pard with him. He's looking for you.
Did he say so?
He didn't have to say so. What else would he be doing here?
Yeah, reckon you're right.
Yeah, drat it, just our luck. A safe full of cash in the cattlemen's offices, and the Lone Ranger has to stick his nose
Shut up,
in
Larry.
What are you going to do, Meacham? You think maybe we better straddle our horses and vamoose? Forget about the cash?
Don't be loco, Jed.
What then?
Safe's all ready to blow up. We're not stopping now. Lone Ranger don't know who you are, does he?
I swapped words with him nice and calm. He must take me for one of the cattlemen.
Find him and bring him here.
Boss!
Carnation, Meacham, you gone plumb scatterbrain?
What I say, Jed? Find him and bring him here. And tell him this.
It's the Cattlemen's Association? You're sure? Dead sure, mister. I saw 3 or 4 armies skulking inside, right next to the safe. Hold up, men. That's what I figured. I went looking for the town marshal, but he's never around when he's wanted. I'm mighty glad I found you. I'm not a lawman. Oh, you're a heap sight better. I got a good idea who you are. And there's the cattleman's building now. The street looks empty. Yeah, they're inside, I tell you. Look, you can see the back of the building from here. See the horses? Yes, 5 of them. What's your name? Jed. All right, Jed, What are you stopping for? Mister, this is as far as I go. Aren't you coming with me? We can take them by surprise. 2 against 5. Not on your life. They won't be watching us. They'll be busy with the safe. No, sirree, mister. I savvy about you. You're a sure shot. You're afraid of nothing. You're quick on the trigger. But I'm not used to gunfighting. No, sir. Well, then, Jed, I'll have to go in alone. Alone? Can you think of another way? We could round up some of the boys, find the marshal. By that time, these bank robbers would be gone. Now, Jed, I'm going in. You go back and try to locate the marshal. Bring him as fast as you can. Keno, mister. I'll try to keep them busy. Doggone, you got the nerve of a dozen wildcats. Adios and good luck. Adios, Jed. Good luck. Must be Meacham. He's the only outlaw leader who'd do anything as daring as this. Here's the porch. I'm gonna check my guns. Bad
Tonto isn't here. Can't see much. There's a candle on the floor behind the safe. Well, there's only one thing to do. All right, Meacham, come out in the dark. This is a showdown. Come on.
It's him, all right, Meacham. It's the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, Jed did a good job. Never mind rolling him over. I reckon that explosion finished him. All right, you hombres, don't stand around. The safe's wide open. Grab the cash, let's get going. Old town will be swarming down here like hornets. Now get moving.
They headed west for Los Davos. I saw them. They got all the gold out of the safe.
We must trail them now. It's dark as the inside of a boot.
Well, at least you got one of them, Marshal.
Hey, we should found me sooner, Jed. We could have stuffed it.
I moved as fast as I could.
Yeah, nobody's blaming you none. What was you saying?
I was talking about this hombre laying here on the floor, Marshal. He's wearing a mask. He must be one of the outlaws.
You mean was, Jed? Looks to me like he's dead.
I guess he was too close to the safe when it blew up.
Yeah, sometimes blasting powder's mighty hard to figure. There's one thing I don't savvy, though.
What's that?
He had his guns in his hands when the blast went off. Why'd you do that?
Well, maybe he was a lookout for the gang, Marshal.
Yeah, that sounds logical.
Wonder who he was, Jed.
I don't know.
Don't make no never mind, Carl. Any of you gents identify this hombre? Nobody knows him, eh? Well, then he'll go to a nameless grave. A couple of you gents get a spot in Boot Hill ready for him.
Ain't you going to give him a decent burial?
But first, he's an outlaw, isn't he? An outlaw without a name. As long as we don't know his name, we can't give him a decent burial. And he don't deserve it. Carl, you and Harry get...
Who's that?
You let me pass. Out of the way.
Easy, Injun.
Well, I'll be dogged. It's an Injun.
Me come to see if... Kimasabi. Kimasabi.
Injun. You know that, gent?
Sure looks that way, Marshal. The Injun must be an outlaw, too. Ain't that right, boys?
That's right, Jed.
Marshal, you better string him up. Put him in the same grave with the masked man.
Put in grave with... No, you're not burying him.
We're not leaving it for the buzzards. As for you, what are you doing?
No, you not move. First one reach for gun, Tonto shoot.
What in thunder?
Agent, put those guns back in your holsters.
Me go now, and me take masked man with me.
Don't be loco. You haven't got a chance.
Hey! And me see you pull gun from holster. Next time anybody try to shoot, me hit him.
I reckon the Injun means business, Marshal. We better do like he says.
And you pick up, masked man.
Come on, Jed.
Right.
Now, clear away. Take him outdoor. Put him on horse. Pronto.
Easy. All right.
Now, put him on white horse.
Sure. Easy with them 6 guns.
He'll fall off, Injun.
Tie hands to saddle horn. Right. Put rope under horse and feet. You stand quiet, Silver. Quiet.
Kino, Injun.
Steady, Scout. Steady, fella.
Injun, this don't make sense. That fella's dead. What are you doing? Taking him someplace to be buried?
You stand clear. Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver.
Duck! The Injun shoot!
There he goes. Hold your fire, boys. Hold up the seat.
Get him up, Scout. We go to hiding place in hills. No, you go away, Silver. Go away. I shall say Lone Ranger dead. We not sure, We put water on head. So. Kimasabi. This Tonto. Silver.
Kimosabe. Tonto, I walked right into it.
Try. You open eyes then.
We're back at the camp, aren't we, Tonto?
Oh,
Silver. Good old fella. Your master's all right.
Plenty men think you die. They think you outlaw. It's good you have disguise on under mask. They almost take the mask off. Tonto have to use guns to get away from Blackwater.
So the end of the fuse. Too late, Tonto. Just enough time to throw myself to the floor before the blast went off. That's all that saved me.
Bad men make trap to kill you.
What about the cash?
Meacham take cash right away pronto.
What about a posse?
Posse not follow. It's too dark.
That means they'll take up the trail in the morning. That means there's work for us.
No, Kimasabi. You not get up.
Oh, I'm fine now, Tonto.
Oh, you not dizzy? Head not spin?
No, the blast knocked me unconscious, Tonto. I reckon I've had a good rest. Steady, big fella.
You strong like mountain lion.
Tonto, it's been light for several hours already.
That's right.
That means the marshal and his posse have already started after Meacham.
Maybe so. It'll take posse plenty long time to catch up with the bad men.
We've got to find those outlaws first. You think we can do it?
We do it. Silver and Scout plenty fast.
Good. And let's travel. Steady, Silver.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella.
Steady, big fella. You know which way Meacham's band headed from Blackwater, Tonto?
They go south.
Good. We can quarter past the Angel Rim and pick up their trail. Follow me, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
All right, boys, we're safe in the hills now. Off your horses, make yourselves easy. Reckon it's mighty nigh time for breakfast.
We should have traveled fast to get in here, Meacham.
Yeah, Larry? What for? What was the sense of rushing?
Ain't you worried about a posse?
Now, don't be loco. Jed's in town, isn't he? He's got orders to make sure that posse doesn't find our trail too easy. And he can make sure, too. Jed's mighty clever.
Yeah, but how...
Hold your tongue, Larry. We've been watching the back trail since sunup, haven't we? There's been no sign of a posse.
I don't reckon not.
Besides, we got more than enough guns to handle any posse. The only gent I was worried about was the Lone Ranger. Now he's dead. All right, gents, gather around. Bring that cash we stole. About time we figured out just how much there is of it.
There's plenty.
Sure, there's plenty. Roundup time, wasn't it? That safe held all the cash the ranchers got for the cattle. Yeah, put your saddlebags down in this cleared space. Yeah, now we'll just... Hey, what's that?
I thought he heard horses.
Yeah, me too. I don't see anything.
Well, I don't hear him now, not a sound. I reckon we just imagined it.
Either that or it was a couple of wild horses. All right, boys, we'll get busy now.
What in blazes? It's an arrow. It's right in this log. Where did it come from?
I don't see a thing.
Neither do I.
I don't like this one bit. Don't tell me there's Indians around here that we got to watch out for.
Meacham.
What's eating you, Larry? You're shaking like a leaf.
Look what's fastened to the head of that arrow.
Huh?
It's a silver bullet.
Silver bullet? That means the Lone Ranger. No, but it can't. The Lone Ranger's dead.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Meacham sent his men scouting in all directions to see if they could learn where the arrow came from. When his men returned, Meacham was sitting on the ground, turning the silver bullet in his fingers, a puzzled frown on his face.
No sign, Meacham. I looked along the ridge, didn't see a thing. Whoever did it covered his tracks and vamoosed.
It's all right, gents. While you were out looking, I've been figuring. It couldn't have been the Lone Ranger. He's dead.
Maybe he ain't dead, Meacham.
We saw him fall, didn't we? Sure he's dead. They had an Indian partner. But maybe that Indian part of his is carrying on for him. Maybe he sent this silver bullet to let us know he aims to take revenge for the masked man.
Yeah, that sounds like it might be correct.
That bullet was tied to an arrow, wasn't it?
That's right. It was an Indian arrow, too. Well, that sure takes a load off my mind. The masked man would have been one tough hombre to handle. For shucks, there's no sense of worry about an Indian. We can handle him easy.
Steady, Silver. Well, Tonto, given up looking for us.
We cover hoof prints plenty good before we shoot arrow. And they not find any sign.
At least we gave them something to worry about. I don't like it, Tonto.
Huh?
Why are they staying here? Meacham should be afraid of the posse. He left a trail as easy to follow as a riverbed.
That's right.
He's got a trick up his sleeve, I'm sure.
Kemosabe. Maybe Jed.
Who?
Well, Tonto wonder about man in town. Man who lead you to Cattleman Building.
Jed. Yes, that's right. That was his name. I'd almost forgotten. He found me and told me about the bank robbers. But then at the last minute, he turned back and refused to go in with me. Hello.
Huh?
Come on, we're taking the Blackwater Trail.
What about outlaws? We not stay here?
I'm beginning to get some idea of their scheme. It's got something to do with Jed. We'll let the outlaws go for the present, Tonto. Follow me and keep your eyes open. We're looking for the posse.
Get him up. Come on, Silver.
We're halfway to Blackwater already, Tonto. You're certain the posse was going to take the trail at dawn?
That's what Marshal say when me leave.
You left in a hurry.
That's right. But Marshal not changed mind. Him say take up trail of outlaw at dawn.
Marshal knew it was the outlaws who had the cattleman's cash. You wouldn't follow our trail instead.
Kimasabi, out of dust.
Yes, that's the posse, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
What you do?
We're going to meet them.
But that bad. They think we outlaw too. They shoot us.
We won't give them a chance. We'll be right in with them before they can draw their guns. Come on, Silver. Faster.
Hey, Marshal, look yonder. We got company.
Hold your horses, gents. Rein up. Oh, there. There, two riders. Who are they?
I don't know. They're coming right out of the sunlight. It's hard to... Gee, Jehoshaphat, Marshal. It's the engine. Grab your shooting irons before...
Hold on. Don't reach for your guns.
A mess, man.
Mister, you're a lively corpse.
I came here of my own free will, Marshal. Your men to leave their guns in their holsters.
That's right. I do not want to pull trigger either.
Kino, we got some idea how straight the engine shoots. If the looks of you, masked man, I'd say you can shoot better than him. Now, keep your hands off your guns, boys. Maybe there's something the masked man's got to say.
There is. First of all, I had nothing to do with that robbery.
That's easy to say.
I was in that building to stop the robbery.
Yeah?
Where's Jed? You can ask him. He led me there.
Jed?
Yes. I don't know his last name.
Marshal, he must mean Jed Lanker.
I don't see him with you.
Yeah, he's up ahead, scouting out the trail.
How far ahead?
I don't know. He's a mighty good man on the trail. So he said he'd go ahead and make sure we don't run into an ambush from them outlaws.
Marshal, do you trust him?
Trust Jed Lanker? You hear that, boys?
Sure we trust Jed Lanker. We trust him a heap sight more than we trust you, mister.
Well, I think Lanker's an outlaw.
Mister, we heard enough. Lanker's one of the best-known gents in Blackwater. I don't know what you come here for, but you're going back to jail right now.
Well, don't move.
Jehoshaphat, he drew his guns like lightning.
Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
You know, mister, you got to drop on us right now.
Never mind the talk, Marshal. Tonto and I aren't staying to hear it. If you want us, come after us.
We sure will.
We'll make it easy for you. We're going after Jed Lanker.
We'll get you.
I wish you luck, but I don't think your horses are as fast as ours. Now, Tonto.
Get him up. Come on, Silver. What are we staring for? Grab your guns.
No guns.
You've been chewing loco weed? They'll be out of range in a couple of
There'll
seconds.
be no shooting. In the first place, those hombres could have gunned us, and they didn't. In the second place, we got no idea how close we are to the rest of the outlaws. Maybe this was a trick to make us start shooting, so they'd hear the sound and be ready for us.
Say, I never thought of that, Marshal. Guess you're right.
Head right after him. Keep watching for Jed Lanker. All right, let's get moving.
Come on.
Jed headed this way, Tonto. Those hoof marks are fresh.
Can use spurs and horse make him go fast.
It's obvious he wasn't following a trail, Tonto. He's moving too fast to keep watching for signs.
That's right.
That means he knows where he's going.
You think him friend meets him?
I'm positive of it. It's not going to be easy to prove it to the marshal. We saw how he acted.
Marshal him think Jed Lanker heap good.
Boss is coming along the trail behind us. We're traveling much faster, but still...
What you think?
We need all the time we can get. We'll have to take a chance.
What you mean?
We're cutting away from the trail, Tonto. Head that way up toward the rim.
Kimasabi, what about Lanker?
I'm gambling that I know where Lanker's heading, Tonto. When he gets there, I want to be close enough to listen. Follow me! Careful, Tonto. Not a sound.
Their outlaw camp right below us.
Yes, we're close enough to hear. Quiet.
Larry, Jeannie sign him yet? Sun's starting to go down. He said he'd be here by noon.
No sign yet, Meacham.
Who they look for?
Wait and see.
Somebody coming.
Who is it?
Can't tell yet. One rider moving fast.
Hello!
It's It's him. It's Jed Lanker.
Quiet. Plan worked out, Tonto. Quiet and listen.
Well, it's about time you showed up, Jed.
I had to ride part way with the posse, Meacham. Wouldn't do if they was to get suspicious.
How far back are they?
Oh, 4 or 5 miles, I reckon.
Oh, good. Say, you didn't see that engine on your way here, did you?
Engine?
Yeah, one named Tonto. Partner of the masked man.
Oh, I haven't seen him since last night. He took the masked man's body at the point of a gun and rode off with him. Why do you ask?
I guess it's nothing to fret about. This arrow was shot into the camp this morning.
A silver bullet fastened to it.
We figured that Indian is planning to get revenge for us finishing off the Lone Ranger.
I didn't see a thing.
Well, we'll forget it then. Just so long as the Indian can't warn the posse.
Not a chance. They don't trust him. They figure he's an outlaw, too.
Well, that's true enough. I don't reckon he'll try to get us single-handed. Even the Redskins got more sense than that. How about it, Jed? How many are in the posse?
10, not counting me.
10, huh? There's 8 of us.
Count me on your side, it's 9 against 10.
Well, I reckon that'll work just fine. You head back for the posse and lead them straight through the valley below us, Savvy.
Mm-hmm.
With you leading them, they won't be ready for an ambush.
Sure. I'll tell them you're miles away.
You can shoot them down before they know what hit them.
Just a second, Meacham.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Larry?
Why bother with the posse at all? Why don't we just hop on our horses and head west?
Because we need more horses, Larry, that's why.
Well, I don't say...
All we got is 1 horse apiece. We're carrying gold, it's heavy. Unless we have 2 horses for each man, we'll be moving slower and slower all the time. We'll never reach the border in time to get across the Rio Grande. Now do you, Savvy?
Oh, so that's it. We want the horses that posse's riding.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, gents, don't aim at the horses. We need them. Knock the men out of the saddles, understand?
All right.
Good. I guess that's all, Jed. Get traveling. Bring the posse right through this valley. We'll be up above waiting. Keep well ahead of the posse so you don't catch one of our bullets. That's all.
Adios, Meacham.
Adios.
Come on, get up there.
Did you hear that, Tonto?
What do we do?
Back out the way we came. Don't make a sound. Once we get to our horses, we'll have to ride like the wind. Whether they like it or not, we'll have to convince that posse that Jed Lanker's our enemy. We're friends.
I don't like this, Marshal. There's no sign of the masked man in the engine. And what happened to Jed?
He ought to be back by now.
You reckon the masked man got him?
Clean up, boys. Sure looks peculiar. Jed didn't say he'd be going this long. As for the masked man,
He's right here. Nobody move. This time you listen.
You've got to listen, Marshal. Tonto and I just got proof that Jed Lanker is an outlaw. He was just talking to Meacham.
Mister, that sounds like a bare-faced lie.
That's enough. You see that valley up ahead?
What of it?
Jed's going to lead you through that valley, Marshal. Meacham and his gang will be hidden on the slope.
Say, that is a likely spot for an ambush.
When Jed comes back, pretend that you'll do as he says. Then instead of following him through the valley, lag behind. Cut up the slope and circle down. You'll trap those outlaws from the rear.
Sounds good if what you say is true. How about it, gents?
Sure sounds good, Marshal. The only trouble is these 2 hombres. We don't trust them one bit.
All right, mister. If we can prove that you can trust us, will you follow our plan?
I reckon you better talk fast, masked man. I see a horseman down at the far end of the valley. Must be Jed Lanker. One way or the other, we aim to corral those outlaws. Now start talking, mister.
Quiet, you hombres. Keep down low and watch out the sunlight doesn't reflect off your rifles. We don't want that posse to be warned.
Meacham, here comes Jed Lanker.
Yeah, reckon everything's going according to plan.
I don't see the posse.
They'll be quite a ways behind, Jed.
Jed's gone past us now.
Yeah, get set. Watch the head of the valley. Any minute now, that posse...
Now, Marshal! What in blazes?
What thunder? We were fools. It's a posse. They come behind us.
They get Jed Lanker.
Led by the Lone Ranger, the Marshal and his posse thundered down the slope, their guns blazing. The outlaws wheeled and fought back, but they were fighting uphill, aiming into the sun. Before they could fire more than a few shots, the posse was at close quarters. Silver ranged everywhere like a white thunderbolt, and the Lone Ranger's bullets knocked the guns from the outlaws' hands. By the time Tonto returned with Jed Lanker as his prisoner, the battle was over. The outlaws were roped in their saddles, and the Marshal had the stolen gold.
Wolves can open a home. Oh, here, Lanker, Marshal. Him not put up fight.
Thanks, Tonto. Get over there with those other skunks, Lanker. You're heading for jail. Take him, boys.
All right, come on. We go now. Join masked man.
Doggone it, Meacham. What went wrong?
Go ahead. Tell him, Meacham.
I don't savvy. Everything was going as
Why,
smooth as...
you ornery coyote. You told me the Lone Ranger was dead.
Why, sure he is.
Yeah? And who's that over yonder?
Well, I'll be. The Lone Ranger.
Correct, Lanker. You almost had us fooled. We're all ready to follow you right into an ambush. Only the masked man stopped us. Yep, we didn't know who he was. Figured he was an outlaw. And he told us the name of his horse and gave us this. From then on, we knew who he was. We knew we could trust him and not you.
Why, a silver bullet.
Yeah, Lanky. A silver bullet from the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Daisy, Daisy, why don't you give me your answer, do? I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. I can't have a stylish marriage, 'cause I can't afford a carriage. But you'd look so sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. You're driving me crazy, oh, for the love of you. We can't have a stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage. But you'd look so sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. You'd look so sweet when you're sitting on the seat of a bicycle built for two. Thank you very much. Hello, Truman Bradley. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, fellas. Well, fine.
Well, Dinah, the order of the day seems to call for songs to the men in service, with best regards from the girls back home.
Right, True. The sugar rations never let the rugged, beloved lads down, so we're taking on the double.
Wait just a minute here, Dinah. What's this on the double talk, huh?
Oh, nothing to it at all. I've just been studying the newspapers from the camps, trying to catch up on the servicemen's jive talk.
I get it. The rugged lads are those same servicemen.
Yes, sir, and really rugged, too, if I may say so. And, of course, the sugar rations, to their way of speaking, means the girls back home. And on the double means getting right to it. See? So, for the rugged lads from the sugar rations, here's a helping of melody. It's one that seems to be a special favorite out there and back home, too. A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island. A sleepy lagoon and two hearts in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflects in the stream. They sparkle and shimmer A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the ripple. We're deep in a spell as nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you. La da 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 dee. A sleepy lagoon and you.
I don't believe it.
Honest, Kay, I did mean to bring something home to you. But...
Isn't that a little square box in your top pocket?
Oh, I don't know myself what's in my pockets half the time. Might be an old box of matches or something.
Oh, please, let me see it.
The curiosity of women.
Oh, come on.
Well, I suppose I might just as well let you have it, as long as you want a box of matches so much. Here.
Never saw matches in a box like this. Oh, it's a bracelet with your insignia on it. Oh, what a nice thing to bring me, Jimmy.
Oh, gosh, Kay, it's nothing. I wish it were something real important.
But, Jimmy, that bracelet does represent something real important in Kay's life. It represents the fun and excitement, the happiness and romance that Kay seemed to miss out on until just a short time ago. And then something happened that brought about a very decided change for the better. Kay made a discovery. She discovered a sure way, the Mum way to banish undaintiness. That's M-U-M, Mum, the famous underarm deodorant cream. Because, you see, Mum doesn't let you down. It safeguards the freshness your bath gives you. For though your bath does take care of the past, Mum protects your daintiness in the hours ahead. Take only 30 seconds with Mum at any time, after you're dressed if you like, and it gives you sure, dependable protection when you need that sure protection most. And all the time, Mum is safe. It does not irritate your skin, does not harm the fabric of your daintiest dress. So no wonder a recent survey shows that more women and more men use Mum than any other preparation of its kind. Why don't you get a jar from your druggist tomorrow and discover the sure way, the Mum way, for yourself? You know, Dinah, I heard your old program the other night.
Oh, you mean the Chamber Music Society of Lower Basin?
Yeah. Yeah, and they're still knocking themselves out kidding the classics.
Oh, we had some wonderful times on that show. Incidentally, I was just thinking about singing a song today. We used to do that quite a bit. In fact, so much that every time I saw a downbeat coming my way, I figured I'd have to give out with How Come You Do Me Like You Do, Do, Do. Sat up till daybreak, couldn't even sleep away. I sat up till daybreak, all I could do was think. The way I'd been treated would drive a woman to drink. How come you do me like you do, do, do? How come you do me like you do? Why do you try to make me feel so blue? I ain't done nothing to you. Do me right or else just let me be. I can beat you doing what you're doing to me. How
How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do?
Right about now is the time for that Gordon Jenkins specialty number. Take a melody of summer nights and a tropical moon and give it a special rhythmic treatment, and you get the Jenkins rendition of that romantic pagan love song.
Dinah Shore and the Song of the Week. Dinah, what are the letters called for this week?
Well, Truman, for the Song of the Week, we usually do an old favorite, you know. But recently, a lot of fellas away from home, especially overseas, have written in to ask what songs are popular now here in the States and what songs we think are going to be popular before long. Mm-hmm. So perhaps tonight we could combine the two, because here's an old melody that I'm sure you'll all remember with a set of words that are brand new. It makes it a favorite of the past, and well, we think it's going to be one of your first choices for the near future.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dinah Shore sings Manhattan Serenade.
I have the memory of a lovely refrain, and in my heart it will forever remain. Our song was like a blue-white gem. Darling, do you remember that night in Manhattan was the start of it? We lived it and we loved every part of it. The glow of moonlight in the park, the lights that spelled your name, the autumn breeze that fanned the spark, that set our hearts aflame. Our kiss was a skyride to the highest stars. We made it with our touching handlebars, and I gave you my love to the melody of the music, the madness that made our Manhattan sunshine, drop the boys a line. Tell them everybody's feeling fine, fine, fine. Let's do it, girls, right now while you're thinking about it. Write him a letter, and when you have time, drop me a line and let me know what you'd like the boys to hear. My address is Dinah Shore, Blue Network, Hollywood.
Before Dinah says good night, a reminder to all of you. Won't you remember to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow.
And now this is Dinah Shore saying good night until next Friday to all you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Good night, fellas. Good night, girls. Night, everybody.
Remember, next Friday night, Dinah Shore, same station. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
KECA, Los Angeles.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike invites you to try your hand at breaking down its panel of experts. You furnish the questions, and our experts try to answer them. For every question used, Lucky Strike will reward you with $10 in war stamps. If the question is muffed, you get a total of a $50 war bond, plus the 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please, as you know, goes right on as always, completely unhampered by any preparation or forethought or pomp or circumstance. Tonight our panel consists of our two old-timers, Franklin P. Adams and John Kieran, and as our special guests, the noted actress and writer Cornelia Otis Skinner, and the critic and author, whose new book, Thoroughfare, will soon be published, Mr. Christopher Morley. We're going to begin with a question from Mrs. David B. Summer of Montgomery, Minnesota. Can you quote the line of poetry or song that tells what happened or happens in the following instances? Let's get 2 out of 3 on that. What happens, quote, when faith is lost, when honor dies, close quote. Well, if you know the end of that line, you will have the answer to the question, what happens? What happens when faith is lost, when honor dies? Mr. Morley, is that a familiar one to you? Is the quotation familiar at all?
Well, something terrible happens to the man, but I forget who he was.
You've got it. That's 98% right. What happens to the man? Miss Skinner, does the line come back to you? It's a line from Whittier's poem Ichabod. When faith is lost, when honor dies, the man is dead. You see, you were right, Mr. Morley. But I have to count that as wrong, nevertheless.
I wasn't brief enough.
It had reference to a vote of Daniel Webster, didn't it?
Well, now, this is a fine time to give us all the exact facts, Mr. Kieran. Of course, that's exactly right. What was
he voted the wrong way, according to Whittier, on one of the slavery or anti-slavery motions in Congress.
So, yes, I think it was the Compromise Bill of 1850. And Whittier was against him on that, and this is a quotation that's become famous. You did know it then, Mr. Kieran?
I knew it, but I was looking for a rhyme, and there wasn't any rhyme.
Oh, that's what gets you. See if you can do better on this one. What happened, quote, when you wore a tulip? Close quote. Miss Skinner.
I wore a big red rose.
Yes, that's right. And how does it go on? Do you remember the...
Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore a tulip and I wore a big red rose.
That's right, yes, very good. How about this one? When lovely woman stoops to folly. Mr. O, we have 4 hands on this. Mr. Morley.
And finds too late that men betray. What art can soothe her melancholy, what something can charm her something away.
Tears away. Tears can wash her guilt away.
You haven't told us yet, Mr. Morley, though that quotation's very good, just what happens when a lovely woman stoops to folly.
Same thing that happened to Ichabod. She dies.
Yes. Can you give us the last 4 lines, Miss Skinner? Do you remember them?
And bring...
the only act?
The only act her something to cover and...
Her guilt.
Her guilt to cover and something... And
to hide.
Bring repentance to her lover... And something is to die.
To hide her guilt from every eye.
You sound a little like Adams on those somethings. He's very good at that, too. Let's get it all clear. Mr. Kieran, I bet you can give it to us.
The only art her guilt to cover, to hide her guilt from every eye,
Ring repentant.
To ring repentant slumber lover.
No, that's not.
That's approximately right.
Why don't you read Goldsmith and find it out?
Well, to give repentance to her lover and wring his bosom is to die. Many critics of poetry have called those the most perfect 8 lines in English verse. But, of course, there are lots of other lines that are better. They don't have to be 8, didn't happen to be 8 lines. So,
Flatterer.
Mr. Adams, where do you find those 8 lines?
In Goldsmith.
Correct. In what book?
Maybe in She Stoops to Conquer.
No, I think not.
No,
Miss Skinner?
The Vicar of
Yes,
Wakefield.
in the Vicar of
I called
Wakefield.
that some years ago the Vicar of Wakefield on this.
Yes, a well-known wicker. That's quite right.
Try it again.
That gives us 2 out of 3. Now, how about this one from Kathleen G. Holden of New York City? We're thinking a good deal these days about nurses. Here's a question about nurses of fiction. This first nurse was very fond of liquor. It's, of course, a fictional nurse. Who was that? Mr. Morley.
Sounds like Sari Gamp.
It is Sari Gamp. Who is Sari Gamp, Mr. Morley?
Well, she was a sort of a monthly nurse in Dickens.
Yes, what book?
Probably David Copperfield.
No. Improbably David Copperfield. Martin Chuzzlewit.
Martin Chuzzlewit.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. That's
Her
quite
friend
quite-
was Mrs. Arris.
Yes, and didn't exist. Isn't that
Didn't
the...
exist.
Didn't exist. The mythical Mrs. Arris. What nurse of fiction mixed up 2 babies? Miss Skinner.
Little Buttercup in, you know.
In Franklin P. Adams's Pinafore. Yes, that's right. The well-born babe was Ralph, and your captain was the other. That is right. Now, what nurse, again, this nurse is in a novel.
Rafe.
I beg pardon?
Rafe, yes.
Oh, yes, you must say Rafe. I forget. The well-born babe was Rafe, your captain was the other. Okay. What nurse of fiction eloped with her ex-patient? Miss Skinner?
No, I guess I'm wrong. I was thinking of Jane Eyre, but she wasn't a nurse and she didn't elope.
She was a governess and she
Quite
didn't elope.
wrong.
It's a good plot, but that isn't the plot of Jane Eyre. Mr. Adams, Mr. Kieran?
No.
In Hemingway's novel, A Farewell
yes,
to
A Farewell
Arms,
to Arms.
Catherine Barclay, the nurse, elopes with Lieutenant Frederick Henry. We got 2 right and 1 wrong on that. How about this one? This comes from Annie Laurie von Tungeln of Tulsa, Oklahoma. What would a housewife be trying to ascertain, to test, if she did the following things? Suppose she stuck or put her elbow into it. Mr. Kieran.
The temperature of water.
Yes,
in
for
order
what
to
purpose?
bathe the baby.
Oh, yes, you've been through this, Mr. Kieran. I can see that. That's right. Is that right, Miss Skinner?
Yes.
That's quite right. Now, suppose she pulled her hand through it. What would she be trying to ascertain if she pulled her hand through it? Mr. Morley? Miss Skinner?
Well, that might refer to something in the way of cooking. I think maybe dough. I don't know how to cook, but
Apparently not.
or molasses candy. Or,
Well, that's a messy idea. Pull your hand through molasses. Goodness gracious. It's
to
possible.
see if it was done.
No. Miss Skinner, have you ever bought stockings?
Yes.
Well, when you buy a pair of stockings, don't you pull your hand through the stocking to see whether there's a hole in it?
Oh, yes, but that sounds as if you were pulling it through the whole stocking.
Well, more or less, and not through the whole stocking, because that would be tough on the end of the stocking. But you put your hand through it and sort of slide it around, see whether there are any holes in it. You get the quality of the weave that way, do you not?
Yes.
Well, thank heaven I've sold you on it.
Push your hand.
Yes, you push your hand through
You don't
it. And
pull
hope
it,
you
you
haven't
push
got
your
any
hand
rings on it.
Oh, that's
Make a
pretty
hole in it.
technical, Chris. All right, you push your hand through it. I think we got that wrong anyway. Now, what would you be trying to test if you dropped it into cold water? Mr. Morley.
Fudge.
Fudge is right, yes. Now, what happens when you drop fudge into cold water?
Well, if
It
the
fudges.
fudge is approximately cooked, it coagulates.
Yes.
Nucleolates.
Yes, that's very good. Forms small, soft pellets, yes, in cold water. Well, I guess we got 2 out of 3 on that. How about this from Jessie Margaret Town of Omaha? Here is a Shakespearean question. What characters from Shakespeare spoke these words? In each case, the words were uttered toward the end of their careers. That would be around Act 5, Mr. Kieran, I suppose. Here's the first. I have lived long enough, and my way of life has fallen into the sere, the yellow leaf. Miss Skinner?
That's Richard II.
I think not.
Then it's
Though it might,
King Lear.
it's appropriate, but it is not Richard II. Mr. Kieran, how about another?
Well, it isn't Richard II and it isn't Lear.
Keep going.
Oh, I know. It's Macbeth.
Yes, Macbeth. I wish you'd said that first, Miss Skinner.
I wish I had
Have to
too.
count you wrong, but Macbeth is correct. Now, how about this one? Dost thou not... beg pardon,
Oh,
Mr.
that's why
Karen?
he said, I begin to be aweary of the world.
That is the one, yes, a very famous speech. Dost thou not see my baby at my breast that sucks the nurse asleep? Mr. Morley.
That's Cleopatra.
Yes, Cleopatra.
Alluding to the snake.
Snake, yes, quite right. How about this one? And my poor fool is hanged. No life. Mr. Kieran.
That is Lear.
That is Lear, yes. Do you know how that
He
goes
was
on?
referring to his daughter.
That's right. Do you remember how the quotation continues?
Well, no, I don't.
Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? From King Lear. We did get 2 out of 3 on that, too. Here's one from May E. Colton of Los Angeles. Identify these songs by their first 2 lines. All I will tell you is that the songs themselves are very familiar. Everyone listening tonight will know them, but these lines may not be familiar. Here's the first set of lines. Down in front of Casey's old brown wooden stoop, on a summer's evening, we formed a merry group. Mr. Adams.
Sidewalks of New
That's
York.
quite right. The sidewalks of New York. Very good. Now here's another. I'm dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie, Miss Skinner.
Listen to the mockingbird.
Very good.
And the mockingbird is singing where she lies.
That places it all right, Mr. Adams. And here. Oh, the night that I struck New York, I went out for a quiet walk. Mr. Adams.
The Bowery.
The Bowery is right, yes. One of the most famous of all songs. Now, who wrote the Bowery?
Charles H. Hoyt.
Charles H. Hoyt. Now, I bet not very many people would know that, Mr. Adams. Or do you contradict me?
I'm like that.
And now Mr. Cross has something to say about the family tree of a cigarette.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that family tree leads straight to the tobacco auctions down south. For any cigarette inherits its characteristics of taste and mildness from the tobacco bought for it at those 1,001 auctions. So it means a lot to you that at market after market, year after year, the makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes consistently pay the price to get the milder, better quality leaf. For example, in Pamplico, South Carolina, at auctions of the 1939 crop, the American Tobacco Company paid 34% more for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. That's right, 34% above the average market price published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And that crop, properly aged, mellowed, and blended with other fine crops, is in the Luckies you buy today. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Mr. Fadiman, aren't these facts worth every smoker's consideration?
Yes, Mr. Cross, the facts tell the story, and with admirable brevity in just 58 seconds. Now we have a question from Isaiah Hella of Long Island City, New York. Each of these words is derived from the name of an animal. Give me the animal. And they're all very simple words. The first word is muscle. Muscle? The word muscle is derived from the name of an animal. Mr. Morley.
It means a little mouse.
Quite right, little mouse. So, Mr. Adams, can you give us the Latin? Mr. Morley, can
Musca, a mouse.
Musca
Musca is a fly.
Musca is a fly, but it's a little mouse. That's how you get the L in muscle. Now, what would the little, Mr.
Diminutive.
Kieran? Diminutive would be what?
Musculum.
Yeah, musculus, yes. The Latin, a little mouse. I suppose it's because muscles
Looks
do
like
look...
a
yes,
shape like a
slips
little
up and
mouse.
down
they
your
creep
arm
up
the
and
way a
down.
mouse
Yes,
does.
that's right.
Do they all?
Stay where you are, Mr. Skinner. There's nothing to be alarmed about. Here is another word, tragedy. Tragedy is derived also from the name of an animal. What animal? It's an interesting derivation. Mr. Morley, you want to guess at it? Miss Skinner, you
Well,
have
the
acted
remotest
in
idea.
tragedy.
Not much.
Any idea how we got the
No,
word?
no,
It's
not
from a
so.
Greek word, tragos, meaning goat. And I guess the goat song, goat leaping ceremony is thought by some scholars to have been the origin of the exhibitions and ceremonials which later developed into real tragic plays. Tragos, goat. How about the word cynic? The word cynic. I have several hands. Mr. Kieran.
Dog.
Yes, what's the derivation?
Well, that's the Latin word for dog.
Greek word.
Greek word, pardon.
The Greek word is right. I guess it's Keon. We get the word cynic from it. And why should cynic come from the word dog, Mr. Keon?
Because you sometimes refer to a fellow as a dirty dog or a nasty dog or something like that. I mean, the same parallel derivation.
Yes, it's an ugly, unpleasant sort of person who always snapping at you is a cynic, and so from dog. How about this? This is a question from Mrs. H.L. Bruswitz of Buffalo. It's a very simple question. Give me, let's say, 3 lines of poetry, each of which mentions coats, C-O-A-T-S, a coat or some coats. Any line of poetry with the word coats in it. Mr. Kieran?
Old Grimes is dead. That good old man, he always wore a coat of tan.
Oh, no.
Well, no?
He always wore a something coat all buttoned up before.
Yes, that's
all right, count that wrong.
Old Grimes is dead, that good old man we never shall see more. He used to wear a long black coat all buttoned down
I knew
before.
he wore a coat in the poem.
But Mr. Kieran's got the right poem and approximately the right quotation. Now, how about another quotation with the word coat in it? That gives us only one. Shall I help you out? I'll give you the first line, Mr. Adams, and you give me the second. I love little pussy.
Her coat is so warm.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. But little credit to you. How about another one? One from The Walrus and the Carpenter with coat in it. That's about the oysters. You remember the eager little oysters? The 4 young oysters who hurried up all eager for a treat. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed, their shoes were clean and
this
neat.
was very odd because they hadn't any feet.
That's the one. I guess we have to muff this one. That sends a $50 war bond to Mrs. Bruswitz and a set of the Britannica. Another one is from a favorite poem of yours, Mr. Kieran, is a coat of the claret velvet and...
Oh, yes, the Highwayman.
Highwayman's Daughter.
Yes.
That's the only poem he knows.
How about one from a couple of lines from Browning's The Lost Leader that mention the word coat, Mr. Kieran?
Yes.
Miss Skinner.
Just for a handful of silver he left
Just
us, just for...
Ribbon to put in his coat.
Yes, you all know it once you've given a little cue. All right, how about this from Deborah Ishlan of Brooklyn, New York? What geographical spot is suggested by each of the musical compositions that you're going to hear? They're going to be 3, and I think we ought to get 2 out of 3. Let's have the first, Mr. Kahn. Miss Skinner?
Londonderry.
Londonderry, yes. What's being played?
The Londonderry Air.
Yes, the Londonderry Air. And where is Londonderry?
In Ireland.
Yes, in the northern part, Mr. Kieran.
Well, I was going to say in the north.
Yes, northern part of Ireland. Now, how about the next one? This perhaps a little more difficult. The music is familiar, Miss Skinner.
It's Tchaikovsky, and it's Romeo and Juliet.
Yes, and what spot would that be?
Well, Verona.
Verona, yes, Verona in Italy, where Romeo and Juliet had their affair. And the third and last. I get a blank look on that one from our experts this
Help
evening.
if I knew what it was.
It would help. No doubt the answer would come to you if you only knew the response, Mr. Adams. How about it? Does the tune...
No, it's perfect. I know, but I don't recall.
I don't recall.
I recognize the tune, but I can't...
Want to hear it again? Let's have it again,
I don't
Mr.
think
Kahn.
it'll do any good.
Oh, gosh, it's a very popular song of some years ago, Miss Skinner.
Isn't it Gershwin?
No, I think it was pre-Gershwin. Lena was the queen of what, Mr. Kieran?
Dear.
Palestina, yes, so that it would be Palestine, yes. That gives us 2 out of 3. Bad muff on that last one. How about this one from Mrs. Henry Miles of Brookings, South Dakota? I don't know which of you are mystery story addicts. Do you read mystery stories, Miss Skinner?
No, I'm afraid I
You want to rest on your laurels for a minute or 2? How about this? Name a well-known mystery story in which even the criminal does not know who committed the crime. That doesn't seem to make any sense. But it's true. Even the criminal does not know who committed the crime. Any ideas? Miss Skinner?
Well, it's that could apply to the murders in the Rue Morgue. I don't suppose an ape had enough sense
Knew what he
to know
was doing?
committed a crime.
Oh, that's very clever. That's quite conceivably true. You mean he wouldn't have any sense of guilt about
No,
it?
he'd have no
He
sense
might not
of
have...
having...
That's a very possible answer. Never would have thought of it. Mr. Morley?
I was thinking of The Woman in White by Wilkie Collins, where the crime is committed by a woman under the influence of somnambulistic hypnotism.
Yes, it's exactly right, except I think it's the Moonstone rather than the woman in white. I think it's the Miss Veranda, isn't it? Who's a somnambulist, walks in her sleep and doesn't know what she's doing. That's exactly the answer, Mr. Morley.
Well,
Mr.
she is
Kieran?
a woman walking in white. That's what
mixes you up. I'm
In her
pretty sure
nightgown.
it's the Moonstone by Wilkie Collins. But I think either of those answers would be quite correct. Now, how about a mystery story in which the narrator is presumably the victim of murder? That, again, doesn't seem to make much sense. The narrator is presumably the victim of murder. Thinks he or she is going to be the victim of murder for some time in the course of the story. Well, it's in Before the Fact, the novel from which Suspicion with Cary Grant and Joan Fontaine was made. The heroine tells the story up to the point where she is given a glass of milk which she believes is poisoned, and for a time she's presumably the victim, seems that she's going to be the victim of the murder. That's one wrong. Now, how about this? A mystery story in which the murderer is also the narrator. Mr. Morley.
That's the famous first novel by Agatha Christie, but I can't think of its title.
You've got it all right. The first two words of the title are The Murder.
The Murder of Roger Ackroyd.
Very good, Mr. Morley, yes.
And the author of the other one you spoke of was Francis Iles.
Francis Iles is right. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, didn't that cause something of a revolution in mystery storytelling, Mr. Morley? It was an unusual trick.
It caused a great deal of scandal among professional writers of mystery stories.
They were very sore at Miss Christie for daring to make the murderer the narrator. They felt that she'd been unfair to the reader. Have odd codes of ethics, mystery story writers do. But that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one from Mrs. Annie Preston of New Brunswick, New Jersey? Who, according to song or poetry, hadn't been kissed in 40 years? This, by the way, Miss Skinner, is a tragedy. You seem to be didn't know what it was a few minutes ago. Hadn't
That's
been
a
kissed.
song.
Sure it is, Mr. Adams. And
I don't know what song it is.
I bet you do.
No, I don't.
Well, I hate to contradict you, Mr. Adams, but I know you know. Matter of fact, you're an expert on
I think
Mr. Kieran.
Catty Shaw.
Oh, no. Goodness gracious. And both of you were in the last war? Mr. Kieran? Mr.
Mademoiselle
Armentières. Yeah.
Armentières.
Yes, Armentières. What were you doing in the last war, gentlemen?
Not singing.
The same is true of this one, Mr. Adams, as far as you're concerned. I don't think I ought to get credit on that because I kind of threw that in your laps. It was a nice catch. How about this? Who never used a big D? Miss Skinner.
It was the captain of the Pinafore.
Captain of the Pinafore, yes. Remember how that is phrased?
Yes, never use a...
Bad
language or abuse, I never use, whatever the emergency. Though, darn
Bother it, I
something.
say.
I may occasionally say I never use a big D.
That's
what, never?
No, never.
You're rather good. How about this? Who never says a foolish thing, nor ever does a wise one? Mr. Kieran.
Well, that was supposedly written by Rochester on King Charles.
Our sovereign liege.
Yes, there were 2 Charleses. Which
Second.
one was it? Charles II. Here lies our sovereign lord, the king,
Whose word no man relies on, who never said a foolish thing and never did a wise one.
Yes, it's in the present. It's a very clever quatrain. It's in the present tense. Who never he never says a foolish thing, nor ever does a wise one, and it's supposed to have been written on the door of the bedchamber of Charles II. It was not an epitaph after his death. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. Now, how about this? From H. Campbell Scarlett of Columbus, Ohio. Identify the trios of sisters that I'll list. Here's the first trio. Voglinde, Velgunda, und Flosshilda. Miss Skinner, who are these 3
they're probably, they're probably related to Brunhilde. They're sisters. They're probably Valkyrie.
Well, they're in Wagner, all right. They're not,
probably the 3 German fates. Aren't they?
No, there's only one German fate, and they're getting to know which one it is. the three Rhine maidens in the Nibelungen, the Ring of the Nibelungs. Well, you were sort of hovering around it, Miss Skinner. Voglinde, Velgunda, Flosshilda. Now I shall give you, after having given you my German, I shall now give you my very best Chinese, which is worse. Who are these? Ailing.
Song sisters.
Say, that's good. You realize, of course, Mr. Adams.
Chinese girls I really know.
You know that you're shortening this program. That is quite right. Famous sisters, as Mr. Adams says, of the Sung family. A-Ling, do you mind if I go on with this for just a second? A-Ling, Mei-Ling, and Ching-Ling. The names have a rather beautiful meaning. They're loving mood, beautiful mood, and happy mood are what the hieroglyphics mean in our language. And respectively, who are these? Who are these Sung sisters, Mr. Adams? You know, they're all very famous.
I don't have to tell that.
No, that's true. One is Madame H.H. Kung. Another is Madame Chiang Kai-shek, the wife of the Generalissimo. And one is the widow of Sun Yat-sen. All married very great and famous Chinese. Now, here's another trio. Lola, Rosemary, and Priscilla. Miss...
Lane.
Yes, they're motion picture actresses. And they appeared together in what picture? Do you remember?
I don't know.
Perhaps several, but one called Four Daughters. I don't know how the extra one got in. Lola, Rosemary, and Priscilla Lane. Well, I guess we did pretty well on that. We got 2 out of 3. And now, before we go on to the next question, here's Mr. Cross, who's brought with him tonight a sort of miniature cigarette counter.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have here packages of all the different brands of cigarettes you see at an average cigarette counter. Now, I want to point out a distinction that means a lot to you as smokers. Out of all these different cigarettes, one, Lucky Strike, has gained the overwhelming preference of independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. In fact, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Surely this expert stamp of approval on Lucky's is your best guide to greater smoking enjoyment. For remember, tobacco experts see just who buys what tobacco. At markets all over the South, year after year, they see the makers of Lucky's consistently pay the price to get the finer, lighter, milder leaf. Yes, tobacco experts know that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. That took just 57 seconds. We'll go on with a question from Mary Estelle of Minneapolis. Who's the fictional character, Miss Skinner and gentlemen, who began a new life in the following places? The first one began a new life in Australia. Who was that? Mr. Kieran.
That was Micawber.
Yes, in what?
Wilkins Micawber and David Copperfield.
David Copperfield. Now, how about a character who began a new life in Siberia? Which one was that? Also a very famous novel.
That's Tolstoy.
No, you've got the right nation, but the wrong writer. Miss
Michael
Skinner?
Strogoff.
No.
Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky. What is the book?
Oh, gosh, I forget that.
Well, it's the character Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment, who commits the crime and is punished and goes to Siberia. Begins a new life there. Now, how about Tahiti? Who begins a new life in Tahiti, Mr. Morley?
Somerset Maugham's novel about the painter...
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
No.
Supposed to be Gauguin.
Gauguin, yes. But
He
of course,
called him
Charles...
else.
He did, though.
Strickland.
Charles Strickland. Pardon?
Gauguin really did that.
Yes,
this
that's
is
quite
a fiction
true.
character.
I think we'll have time for one more question from Maya Splaver of New York City. What geographical bodies are distinguished by these pairs of adjectives? Greater and lesser. Mr. Adams.
The Antilles.
The Antilles, yes. How about another pair of adjectives? Blue and white. Blue and white what? Mr. Kieran.
Nile.
The Nile River. And inner and outer. Mr. Morley?
Mongolia.
Mongolia, inner and outer Mongolia. We got 3 out of 3 on that. Well, I guess that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Miss Skinner and Mr. Morley, for joining us this evening. Now, in a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 1 $50 war bond. And, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of bonds, have you joined the finest, the most inclusive club in the world? The 10% Club, consisting of Americans who will agree to buy war bonds regularly to the extent of 10% or more of their present income. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the club to smash the Axis. Join up today and get your 10% button. Now, next week, Mr. John Kieran and Mr. Franklin P. Adams will be on hand, ready and willing, and they will be aided by 2 guests. First, our old friend Jan Struther, on whose novel is based the sensational moving picture success, Mrs. Miniver. And as our second guest, a very famous journalist, Mr. Frederick C. Oechsner, a United Press correspondent who just returned from Germany, I think about 2 weeks ago, on the Drottning home. Remember to send your letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now we listen to a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Comic Weekly brings you another complete radio episode in the thrilling exploits of Jungle Jim. Based on the characters and action pictures of the same name, featured every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. No matter what the weather is this Sunday, buy the Comic Weekly. See if it doesn't give your house that sunshine and blue skies feeling. In millions of American homes, the Comic Weekly makes Sunday morning a holiday, for it brings you such favorites as Prince Valiant, Tilly the Toiler, Flash Gordon, Snuffy Smith, the Lone Ranger, Blondie, the Phantom, over 24 of them, and every one a favorite. All in full color, brought to you by the many great Hearst and other Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. Look for the figure of Puck and the words The Comic Weekly at the top of the front page. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim and Kolu are making their way in easy stages toward San Francisco. Jim realizes that his place is back in the Orient. He understands so well, where his knowledge and experience can be of service to his country. Thus far on their westward journey, Jim and Kolu have reached a busy little city high in the Rocky Mountains. Leaving Jim in the hotel, Kolu was gone for a stroll. And in a building on the very street Kolu was walking down, a seemingly unimportant schoolboy incident is taking place.
All right, Harvey, come on. Give me back my model plane.
Get lost, will you? I only want to look at it.
Well, you have looked at it. Come on, just because you're bigger than me.
Pipe down, Bud. You want Mr. Keeley to barge in here?
Yes, and I wanted to make you give me back my plane.
Oh, you do you? I'm not hurting your old plane, you big baby.
I am not. I just want to finish painting it so it'll be dry when I take it home.
Well, I'll finish painting it for you, Bud. Look, like this.
Oh, Harvey, you smeared it all over. Wait till I tell Mr. Keeley.
Shut up. Want people out in the street to hear you?
I don't care. I want my model plane back.
Oh, you do? Well, just because you're such a baby, I won't give it to you.
Harvey!
Think I'm kidding? I'm going to send this plane on its first flight.
But it won't fly. It's only
Won't
a
it?
tail.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, that window's open. There.
Hey, you can't...
I just did. Boy, look at it go.
Yeah, 2 weeks' work.
Hey, crazy thing. Get back, Bud. Get away from the window.
Huh?
Your plane hit that funny-looking guy right on the beezer. Don't let him see you.
Well, why not? You threw it, wise guy.
Well, it's your plane, isn't it?
It was until you threw it. Hey, mister. Up here, mister.
Well, you little rat.
Up here, mister. The second floor in the paint shop.
I'll fix you good and proper for that.
Go ahead. When that guy gets up here, you're the one who'll get fixed.
We'll see about that.
Ow!
Here. What's going on in this paint room? What are you two rumpusing about?
Nothing, Mr. Keeley, sir. At least I wasn't.
You were, too. You threw
That's
my...
enough, Bud. That's enough. We don't want to be a little tattletale, you know.
Yeah, but Harvey took my...
Don't be a tattletale, I say.
Slap him again, Mr. Keeley.
You keep out of this, Harvey. Now, finish painting your airplane, Bud, like a good workman. Did you ask your daddy about that bomb rack?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He said he couldn't tell whether it was like the new bomb rack the real planes use until he saw it.
Oh, I was afraid. Oh, well, finish painting it.
I can.
Oh, come. You try the patience of a saint. Yes, who is it?
Toy airplane hit head. Not funny. Head hurt.
Oh. Why, that looks like... Isn't that your plane, Bud?
Yes, sir.
You throw plane out window, boy.
Well, Bud, answer this person.
Name Kolu. You throw plane, boy?
It's his plane, isn't it? Of course he threw it.
That's a lie, and you know it, Harvey. You're the one...
I've told you before to mind your language, young man.
Not hit, boy.
I'll tell you later, young man.
Boy, good.
On the contrary, boy, very bad. So...
You bad, not hit, boy.
I know what I'm doing.
You doing bad. Wait. Belt buckle.
Dog. What's that?
Your belt buckle made from Wana tribe temple bell. You bad fellow.
Run along, boys.
No, boys, stay here.
You know, it's funny. You don't speak English at all well, and yet you talk too much.
No more talk. Get one, Jim.
You're not going anywhere.
Take hands away.
I'll teach you.
You want fight?
Okay. Fight, so you fight.
Golly.
Jeegers, Bud, look, he knocked Mr. Keeley right through the door.
I fix you. Police! Boys! Harvey, Bud, send for the police. Make them hurry.
Alan, you may be police chief here, but you're exceeding your authority.
Not a bit. I can hold your friend Cole or anyone else for 24 hours on a general charge.
But what's the point, ma'am? I'll be around tomorrow with a writ of habeas corpus to check for whatever bail you set.
Oh, no, you won't. In 24 hours, you'll be far away from this town, Bradley. That is, if you know what's good for you.
We don't like your kind in these parts.
What do you mean, my kind?
You won't give me a single reference. You can't tell me what your connections are. And yet you have plenty of money. You stay at the best hotel.
Obviously a crook, some sort of confidence man.
Ever hear of slander, Mr. Keeley?
Are you trying to frighten me, Mr. Bradley?
No, I'm just trying to figure out... Oh.
What are you staring at?
Nothing. I was just thinking that it's...
Careful, Mr. Keeley. Looks like he's got his eye on your belt buckle.
Yes, I know he has.
Don't worry. I wouldn't wear one of those things for all that tea in China. Won't change your mind, Chief, and let me talk to Colo?
For the last time, Bradley, no.
I suppose whatever charge Keeley here brings against him will be backed up by a couple of paid witnesses.
Paid?
Why, the man's a fool. No, Bradley. The witnesses were two of the boys at my summer school. Little Bud Quiller and Harvey Damon.
Bud Quiller and Harvey Damon. Who are they?
Their fathers happen to be very important technicians in defense factories around here. This department will take their word against Kohler's any day.
I see. Well, gentlemen, you seem to have stacked the cards pretty well. And yet, Mr. Keeley, I have a feeling that you and I are going to see more of each other.
I doubt it very much. You won't be in town very much longer, Mr. Bradley.
10 o'clock. Time to go into action. You scared, Harvey?
No, you're Jungle Jim, aren't you?
Yes, we went all over that, and don't let it throw you. How do you feel, Bud?
Gee, excited. This is like Christmas Eve, only better.
Oh, you big baby.
All right, Harvey, you don't have to
Now,
be
look,
that
look.
way.
What we do tonight is very important. Both your fathers gave me permission to bring you here tonight. So I want you fellows to sign a truce in your private battle, okay?
Oh, sure. I won't tease him anymore. All right, Bud?
Of course. You're not a bad guy, Harvey.
Good. Now, I've talked to my friend Major Lane in Washington, so I've got a good idea what we're up against.
There's a school across the street.
Well, you said you'd tell us what it was all about when we got here.
That's right. You see, there's a certain tribe out in the jungle that believes in murder.
What?
The Wana tribe. Their chief god is the god of violence.
Wow.
So our little brown enemies from Tokyo and their bull-necked friends from Berlin talked the Wana tribe into joining up with the Axis.
Gee whiz.
Now, there's a small group of saboteurs and fifth columnists in this country. All I know about them is that they wear silver belt buckles made from a small temple bell of the Wana tribe.
Holy smoke.
Then that's what your friend Cole was up to.
Yes, that's what Cole was all excited about. That's why Keeley wants to keep him out of sight till he can get rid of me.
Oh.
Keeley wears one of those belt buckles.
Gosh, but Mr. Keeley just runs a school here.
Wait a minute. What's that light on the ground floor?
That's Mr. Keeley's private workroom. We're never allowed in there.
Are you sure that was Mr. Keeley we saw going to the movies an hour ago?
Oh, yeah, positive.
Sure, that was him.
Then who's in the school now?
Only old Otto, I guess.
He's the janitor.
Okay. Ring the night bell, Harvey. Now, Bud, you know what to tell him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, don't be scared, Bud. Jungle Jim and I will be right out here in the shadows.
Well, I hope it works.
So do I, Bud. It's got to work.
Here he is.
Yeah, what is it?
Hello, Otto.
Eh? Oh, little Bud. What do you want here so late?
Please, Otto, I forgot my model plane, and Mr. Keeley wants my dad to see it.
Well, the school is closed, for the night.
I know right where it is, and Mr. Keeley wants Dad to see it.
Well, Mr. Keeley's the boss, I guess.
Gee, thanks, Otto.
Yeah, I'll just close the door.
Don't close it till we get in, Otto.
Who are you?
A friend of ours, Otto.
Oh, well, Keeley must be crazy letting kids inside.
Now what?
That private workroom. Where's your plane, Bud?
In the paint room on the second floor.
You and Harvey go and get it.
Uh-huh.
Which way is the workroom?
Down this corridor, first door on your left.
Bring the plane to me there.
Sure, okay. Come on, Bud.
I'm coming. Be good and quiet, Harvey.
10:30. Just about timed it right, I hope. To the left, he said. Pretty fancy lock for a boys' school. This key looks about right. Right the first time, and I haven't picked a lock in quite a while. Well, pretty elaborate workbench. And what nice blueprints you make, Mr. Keeley. What's this? Improved pivot for a tank gun. Very interesting. New and improved bomb rack that was...
You realize, of course, Mr. Bradley, that you're not talking to yourself.
Absolutely. I thought you'd be waiting for me, Keeley. That's why I didn't want those youngsters to come with me.
Very thoughtful of you.
Not at all. I noticed that side exit from the movie house, too.
Don't turn around, please. I have a very nervous trigger finger.
Just as you say, Keeley. You've got some nice tools here. You know, I like the balance of this hammer.
I think you'll be more interested in the blueprints. Especially as they're the last thing you'll be seeing in this life.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I get the general idea.
Rather neat, don't you think?
Very neat. A hobby school for the sons of defense workers. You let the kids build models of the things their fathers are working on at the plants around here. And from time to time, without even knowing it, the kids' models tip you off to just what's going on.
It hasn't been as lucrative as I'd hoped, and yet it's brought about the elimination of yourself, Mr. Bradley.
Not quite.
Oh, yes. Put your hands up, please.
May I put this hammer down?
Put your hands up.
Okay. How about this?
The light! You broke the light!
That's called a flying tackle, Mr. Keeley.
My wrist!
It's a good trick even in the dark. You shouldn't have let me get that hammer.
My wrist, you'll break it.
I hope
Let
so.
go.
Throw that gun away.
There. Satisfied?
Almost.
Oh!
Jungle Jim! Jungle Jim!
What's happened? What's wrong? Mr. Bradley, where are you?
Get a light, Harvey.
Oh, I've got my flashlight.
On the floor here by the door.
Where? Oh, jeegers.
He knocked Mr. Keeley for a loop.
What do those whistles mean?
Must be the federal men. Major Lane said it arranged for. I'll just take Keeley's belt buckle for my souvenir.
Oh, boy. Wait till we tell the other kids how we helped Jungle Jim.
Oh, we didn't do anything.
Yes, you did. You did plenty. You and Bud both, Harvey. Just by being alert. By being ready to do anything you could. By being Americans.
Every Sunday, the Comic Weekly brings...
Here's Jill and the GI Jive.
Hi, gang. Yep, here we go again with 4 more of those ever-loving records. 4 just about makes a session, so it's 4 for now, which means, well, doesn't mean anything, and I don't know why I ever got mixed up into a routine like that. So, to get out of it, I'll reach my grubby little hand into my jeans and drag out a nickel, put said nickel in the jukebox, and get things going in fine style with Benny Goodman's great old record known as Why Don't You Do Right?
You had plenty money, 1922. You let other women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. You're sitting down wondering what it's all about. You ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. If you had prepared 20 years ago, you wouldn't be a-wandering now from door to door. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. fell for your diving and I took you in. Now all you got to offer me is a drink of gin. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here and get me some money too. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Like some other men do.
Benny Goodman and his orchestra with Why Don't You Do Right. And if the gal doing all the singing sounded like Peggy Lee, you're right, it was Peggy Lee. She was singing with Goodman a while back. Well, looking at the mail here, it sure looks good. And if I haven't told you recently, let me tell you now that your letters are really wonderful, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You know, your requests are what make the record spin, and your words are what make me spin. Maybe I better dig down in the jeans for another nickel. This one buys a song for a kid named Mac, way up in a little spot called Umiat. The song is called A Tree in the Meadow, which is kind of silly, because not only is there not a tree in Umiat, there is not a meadow, but Mac's gonna like this. Okay, Mac.
There's a tree in the meadow with a stream drifting by, and carved upon that tree I see I love you till I die. I shall always remember the love in your eyes, the day you carved upon that tree. I love you till I die. But further on down Lover's Lane, a silhouette I see. I know you're kissing someone else. I wish that it were me by that tree in the meadow. My thoughts always lie, and wherever you go, you'll always know I love you till I die. I know you're kissing someone else. I wish that it were me by that tree in the meadow. My thoughts always lie, and wherever you go, you'll always know I love you till I die.
Next man on the turntable is probably an old friend to a lot of you guys who've been over there for a while. His name is Mel Blanc, and he's the one who played the role of the sad sack for so many years. He's also Bugs Bunny, Porky Pig, oh, lots of strange characters. Right now he's Woody Woodpecker.
That's the Woody Woodpecker song. He's a-pecking it all day long.
I peck a few holes in a tree to see if a redwood's really red. It's nothing to me to fly off my tree and peck a few
That's the Woody Woodpecker's tune. Makes the other woodpecker swoon. Though it doesn't make sense to the dull and the dense, all the lady woodpeckers long for. That's the Woody Woodpecker's song.
Come on up in the tree, fellas, and sing some harmony. Woody Woodpecker serenade. On the woodpecker hit parade. Oh, he can't sing a note, there's a frog in his throat. All his top notes come out first. I'm the lady's voice choice with the laugh in my voice. I give all the ladies a voice. He'll be settling down someday. He'll be hearing the preacher say, for the rest of your life you'll be moody and wise, and the choir will sing along with the Woody Woodpecker song.
And to wind things up, we've got Dinah. Haven't heard much from Dinah around here lately. This is a mistake. Well, here she comes now, singing specially for all the guys and gals, including Frank Soaries, way up at Madigan General Hospital. Tell those kids to drop me a note, will you, Frank?
May I still hold you when the dance is over? 'Cause it's oh so nice in your arms. The orchestra is playing and it's heaven with you. But what do I do when the evening is through? I wish that I could dance with you forever. For you're the reason why the music has charm. May I still hold you when the dance is over? 'Cause it's oh so nice in your arms. May I still hold you when the dance is over? It's oh so nice in your arms. The orchestra is playing and it's heaven with you. But what do I do when the evening is through? I wish that I could dance with you forever. For you're the reason why the music has charm. May I still hold you when the dance is over, baby? Oh, so nice in your arms.
Well, this is it, fellas. Time to close up the jukebox till next session. I'll be seeing y'all then, huh? And until then, this is Jill bidding a good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher with David Brookman and his orchestra and starring Philip Merivale, Conrad Veidt, Patrick McGeehan, Harry Lang, and Gail Gordon in Violet Atkins' dynamic radio drama, Return to Berchtesgaden.
Our scene, the darkness of an enormous projection room, lit only by the long spray of light which illuminates the great screen. In this room sits a solitary figure, bent forward in an attitude of rigid intensity. He must be a very important man to have such a private showing. Let's walk around and see if we can recognize him. That pallid face, the small mustache, the unruly lock of hair falling over his forehead, and those eyes, wild, intent eyes that stare at the screen with a mad, fanatic gleam. What does Adolf Schicklgruber see there that interests him so? Suppose we turn and look at the screen. Burning buildings, corpses lying in the streets, people running madly from bombs that fall from diving planes, appalling destruction, faces crucified in terror. But there is no terror on the face of the watcher. There's no horror there. Only a gloating, terrible satisfaction.
Look at them, running like rats to cover. But they will not escape. No one will escape me. This will be a total war that will put my name down in history above that of any man. Countries conquered in a day, cities razed in an hour. That was Warsaw, and it was like that in Rotterdam, Coventry, Southampton. It would be like that. Who is it? Who is in this room?
Hitler half rises from his chair. In his eyes are the slow beginnings of fear. His gaze searches the shadowy corners. He shivers a little as if he were cold. His hand covers the telephone on the table.
Who spoke? Who are you? God, verdammte Schwein! Why does nobody hear me? Why does nobody come?
Nobody will hear your screaming, Chancellor Hitler. Do you remember me? Look closer. They call me Chancellor, too. The little Chancellor of Austria.
Dolphus, I am not afraid of ghosts.
But you still ring for your soldiers. Yes, I am a ghost. But I am real inside your brain, Adolf Hitler. With all the other ghosts who will not let you sleep at night. Look to your screen.
Hitler tries to rise, but he seems fixed to the chair. His eyes dart fearfully from the shadows back to the screen. But now there is no unholy joy in his eyes. They are hunted, desperate. He shrinks back. What is it he sees now? A face looming larger, a figure seeming to take light and life from the spray of light illuminating the screen, filling the screen, coming out of it straight at him.
Who is it now?
You do not recognize me, Adolf Hitler? Strange, for I was here at Berchtesgaden. But then how should you know me now? I was not a broken old man when you sent for me. I was a strong man with pride in his bearing and no fear in his heart.
Schnuschnik.
Yes, Kurt von Schuschnigg. The whole world is asking what has become of me. Why don't you tell them?
Keep away from me. God!
It's no use, Adolf Hitler. They will not come this time. Not as they came the other time I was at Berchtesgaden. Then they were at every door, threatening me. You screamed like an hysterical woman. that unless I put size inkblot into my cabinet, freed all Nazi prisoners, restored the rights of the Nazi party in Austria, you would march 3 divisions over your borders, and not one country in the world would lift a finger to help us.
And you believed me.
Because I believed you, my Austria is finished. Done to death in one short afternoon.
There was no bloodshed. That was another bloodless victory.
A bloodless victory. Yes, Adolf Hitler. Not one Nazi died, but 300,000 Austrians were destroyed when your armies marched in. Cartloads of innocent men and women went to concentration camps in Germany. Men and women who loved the breath and songs of Vienna. You would not know their loss or their hunger. And mine, Adolf Hitler, the hunger for the music and culture and grace of Austria that you killed.
There is only one culture, that of the Third Reich.
The culture of murder and terrorism. Dollfuss was in your way. You murdered him. I was in your way. You destroyed me.
Why have you returned to Berchtesgaden?
For freedom. Give Austria her freedom and tell the world the truth, Adolf Hitler.
What truth? Truth is a weapon of sand and water. There is no strength in it. To tell a lie often enough will make men believe it is the truth. God, fine!
Tell them the truth, Adolf
Why don't they
Hitler.
come?
Tell the world what you did to me after your army marched into Vienna. Tell them where I am.
You are dead! Dead!
Dead! Hitler sits huddled in the room, still echoing with his voice. Fearfully, his eyes stay fastened to the great screen, silently unrolling the dreadful history of his march across Europe. Now it is Barcelona, Madrid, Belgium, Rotterdam, Patras, Athens, town after town, city after city going up in flames. And now it is London on which the bombs are falling.
My London. There were tulips in the court of Buckingham Palace, sheep grazing in park enclosures, peaceful people in Hyde Park feeding the pigeons. No more. No more.
Chamberlain.
Yes, Neville Chamberlain.
Still carrying your umbrella?
Now I carry a cross. It was begun at Munich, Adolf Hitler, and finished when the bombs began to fall on London. I forged it when I believed your promises.
You were a fool.
I knew that. Too late.
You ghosts cannot frighten me. Why have you come back to Berchtesgaden? On another peace mission?
No. I came here once for peace. Peace in my time, remember? That was when I lived before you shamed me to the world. Honor is what I ask for now, Adolf Hitler. My name is a mockery amongst men. Do you remember that I came back to England from Berchtesgaden, from Munich, shouting, Hitler promises peace in our time? Tell the world how you lied to me.
I did not lie. Get out! Out! Out!
You cannot keep me out, Adolf Hitler. Do you remember me?
Niemöller. Pastor Niemöller.
Yes, Pastor Niemöller. You never sent for me to come to Berchtesgaden, but I was here in God's image.
Do not mention God's name here.
God said, you shall put no other gods before me. But you threw away the 10 Commandments and created a Nazi lie. You chose the swastika and rejected the cross. Did you think your sign could erase God's?
I will erase it from the earth. I will hound that God lie to every corner of the earth. I will burn every Bible and put away all preachers, and I have put you away until I wipe out religion and all its evil.
The words of the Bible are burned into men's souls, Adolf Hitler. Religion is more than the words between the covers of a book. A man may rot a dozen years in the hellholes of Dachau and Buchenwald, but he will not have lost his God. In each of us is God, and you cannot drive him out with the scourge of whip. You can strangle the voice, cripple the fine mind, but the belief in God rises in man and defeats the conqueror. That is the miracle of faith God has given to man.
Miracles. I create my own miracles. I have conquered countries in a day. The Czechs, the Poles, the Dutch, the Norwegians, the Danes, the Belgians. I shall take the English and the Russians. And when I have done all that, I shall take the Americans. This universe belongs to the German people. And I will be its leader.
Be still. Do you know what you have done to the German people, Adolf Hitler? You have made them the butt of cynicism, the plague and sickness of mankind. You have murdered the soul of your own people.
I have given the German people my name. That is their fate. It is stronger than God. Hear how it sounds. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
Hear it, Adolf Hitler. Only an echo. And it will grow fainter as time goes on until men hear it no more. Look back to the screen of your bloody past. Do you remember this man? He was your loyal subject. He died for you.
Captain Langsdorff.
I did not go down with the Graf Spee as you led the world to believe, Adolf Hitler. I ended my life in a lonely hotel room in Buenos Aires. On your orders, I had to pay for that defeat.
It is a lie.
And this man, he is a king who fought you gallantly.
I yielded my beloved Belgium and my army to spare them further slaughter. You promised an amnesty, but Belgium is a shambles, and I am locked in a prison without even the comfort of my children.
It is not the truth.
And this woman, she is a queen who believed your pledges of neutrality.
I believed your promise that you would never attack the Netherlands. Now my country is in ruins. My people starving.
We are hungry.
No, get out!
No. You cannot drive them out, Adolf Hitler. They are the bloody record of your past. Shall I hold up to you the mirror of your future?
No.
Or are you afraid that you will see therein no reflection of yourself?
No.
For God has decreed that the devil shall cast no shadow, nor reflect any image.
There is no devil, and there is no God. I say there is no God.
His name is here, even in Berchtesgaden, Adolf Hitler. It will not crumble even after you are dead, and these walls rot. His name will be a torch for all the oppressed of the world.
Soldiers, God!
Suffer not, O my Lord, that injustice triumph on earth. Permit not the unleashed hordes of the Antichrist to corrupt nations, lay waste countries, dishonor women, destroy children. Suffer not violence to conquer, so that men will be forced to put their faith in violence instead of love. Suffer not, O Lord, that the lie be stronger than the truth. Though earth is not heaven, it cannot be thy will that it be hell. It cannot be thy will that all those who bear thy name shall be destroyed. For thou art not only the kingdom and the glory, but the power. Amen.
And they have said it all for us. There's only one thing left to say. We in America have our task clearly before us. We shall not fail. We will work and fight and save until the evil that would corrupt this world is eliminated. Each and every one of us will do what he knows he has to do. And remember, Invest at least 10% of your earnings, your total income, in United States war savings bonds and stamps. That is your quota. Every dollar you invest in war savings bonds and stamps, you are investing in the future security of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Communique from Command Performance. Our forces on the American entertainment front are maintaining contact with Uncle Sam's armed forces on the fighting front. We're pushing back the curtains on another great command performance in answer to your thousands of letters. There's much to report from this area tonight, and the man to report it, a great actor and a great guy, called back to your big show by popular acclaim of the AEF, your master of ceremonies, Cary Grant.
Thank you, Don Wilson. And hello again, fellas. One of these days, Command Performance is going to call in the ski troopers because we've got a pile of letters from you guys that makes Mount Rainier look like a molehill. And that's exactly the way we like it, because the number one job of the American entertainment industry is to give you number one Americans the entertainment you want. And, brother, it starts coming at you right now. To the Green Banana Boys in Africa, to Dick Sayers at APO 832, to Stager and Walters and the gang at APO 516, and to you base workers in Bermuda, here's that sensational novelty band playing Hachacornia, Spike Jones and the City Slickers. Thank you, Spike Jones and the City Slickers. Well, fellas, we'd like to throw a dozen fancy orchids to a bunch of you guys somewhere in the British Isles. You're known as the TAF, and one of you has a friend in Cambridge, Mass. The orchids are for the tough job you did for the AAF. And Command Performance sweetens those orchids with a girl hundreds of you ask for. A girl most of you know as a screwball and a clown. Yet a girl who has one of the most remarkable coloratura voices in the country. And when I say country, I am speaking from an agricultural point of view. That old corny favorite, Jim, by Miss Joan Davis.
Jim doesn't ever send me pretty flowers. Jim never tries to cheer my lonely hours. I don't know why I'm so crazy for Jim. Oh, Jim. Yeah, I'll never forget the night I met Jim. I was about to end it all. But just as I was ready to jump off the bridge, along came Jim. He didn't let me jump. He pushed me. Oh, Jim. Jim wasn't like other fellas. He didn't want to hug and kiss all the time. Why, he was happy just to sit home with me and go... Life was one gay round of pleasure for Jim and me and Jim then. Then came our first quarrel. He hit me over the head with my mother. Oh, I didn't mind, but Mother stabbed him with a barracuda. All those long hours that I nursed him back to health. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. All I could think of morning, noon, and night was Jim. I mean Jim. Oh, I know Jim isn't through. He beats me and mistreats me. But what can I do? I've tried and tried to leave Jim, but I can't. He keeps me chained to the front porch. Oh, but someday I know that he will up and leave me. But even if he does, you can believe me. I'll go on carrying the torch, eating out my heart, waiting for his call. I just can't live without my... what's that fellow's name again? Jim. Oh, yeah. My Jim.
Thank you, Joan Davis. Well, fellas, we're putting this next number on a special beam aimed at Rip, Brick, and Chud at France Field. And we're cutting over to American Samoa to call on Levis, Kofelt, and the Navy medics at Tutria. And we're answering that letter from 3 jungle mothers who say they're out of the mud and walking on air since they saw Miss Reza Stevens in The Chocolate Soldier. So to all you hundreds of guys who are partial to our great operatic star, here she is singing my hero, lovely Reza Stevens.
He is my sweetheart, oh, my own. He is like on earth who shall discover. His heart is mine, and
only my heart is full. Come, my life is lonely. I long for you. Come, not can feel my arms are aching now to embrace you. Thou art divine. Go,
Thank you, Miss Risa Stevens. Men, just a few weeks ago, a lady did the St. Louis Blues on command performance. And what happened? She sang, you listened. And then hundreds of you sat down and wrote, make it another engagement soon. So tonight, it's another command performance for America's beloved blues singer, Ethel Waters.
Thank you, Cary Grant, and love and God's blessings to all you boys over there. Thank you so much for inviting me back. And this time, how about listening to A Woman Without a Man? Quite appropriate. You look around nature, and what do you see? A bird with a bird and a bee with a bee. When you listen to nature, who do you hear moan? That miserable misfit who travels alone. This sermon has a moral. The moral, it ain't new. The Lord wants everything two by two. And a woman without a man is like an architect without a plan. Is like a face-in-face street without a tan. A woman without a man. A lady without a gem is like the 1st of May without the wren. Is like a resident without a resident. A lady without a gem. Like a brush without a bristle. Like a toe without a nipple. Nothing else but. And honey, did your heart surrender to a thing that wears suspenders? You're in a rut, a gal without a guy is like the Alamo without the pie. In fact, there is no misery much meaner than a woman without a man. A woman without a barbecue without a ham. Is like away from home without a telegram. A prepaid telegram. Like a bird without the humming. Like a house without the plumbing. That's what you am. and left you with a solid tender with that opposition gender. You in a jam, a silent without erected like sweet Addie line with no quartet. In fact, there is no misery much lower than a woman without Lord, a woman without a man.
Thank you, Ethel Waters. Next, fellas, we move into a musical department that almost all of you are skilled in. But with all respect to your talent, we're presenting tonight the world's greatest master of the good old harmonica. In other words, the lip lute or musical spare rib. By command of the Army and Navy in the Hawaiian Islands and Uncle Sam's armed forces everywhere, the Bolero and Larry Adler. Thanks very much, Larry Adler. Every once in a while, fellas, your letters asking for two famous comedians cause a young hurricane around Command Performance. So hold on to your GI hats, for here they come. Abbott and Costello.
Look, suppose you walk into a restaurant, and the waiter places over here a platter of beans, over here a great big juicy steak. Now, which one of these two would you eat?
I eat the steak.
You would.
like
you know where that steak comes from?
A cow.
A cow. And you, just to satisfy your selfish appetite, you let them go out and kill a poor innocent little cow.
Now I'm killing cows.
Do you know what that cow gives?
No.
That cow gives milk.
No, she don't. You gotta take it away from her.
All right, never mind the remark. That cow gives milk. Who does that milk supply? Little babies. Little innocent tots. Without that milk, they'd perish, die. But you don't care. Just so that you can have your steak, you let them go out, kill all the cows, and let the little babies of the world starve to death.
I'm a louse.
No.
I'm killing babies, cows, putting people out of work.
You realize what you're doing?
I'm wrecking the country just because I won't eat mustard.
Now, blame it on mustard. You still haven't answered one question.
Why don't
since
you
we've
ask
been up
me
there.
something with a little sense to it?
Will you answer it?
Go ahead and take a crack at it.
All right.
Make it easy.
All right. Say you walk into a railroad depot. Any depot. Say the Grand Central Depot in New York City. Now, you walk into that depot and you buy a ticket. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
Well, what are you buying a ticket for?
I'm not buying any ticket.
What are you doing in the depot?
Ask me that again slow.
Now, don't get excited.
I asked you to ask me something easy,
Well,
didn't I?
this is simple enough.
Now ask me something easy.
You're in the Grand Central Depot. What are you doing there?
I don't know.
Well, what does anyone go to a depot for?
2 or 3 things.
We don't... Look, I'm only asking you, what are you doing in that depot?
I'll go away.
That's the boy. Now, there's no harm in that, is there?
No.
Now, where are you going?
I'm going away.
Where?
Why don't you let it go at that? I'm going away, and that's that.
But, I mean, you know where you're going.
I know where I'm going. I just don't go on the railroad station without knowing where I'm going.
I didn't see
I
you.
know where I'm going.
Well, tell the folks out here where you're going.
I am going away.
Where? Where?
I'm going away.
But where? Where are you going? You know where you're going, don't you?
Yeah, I know where I'm
I
going.
mean, there's no secret connected with it.
No, no.
You're not ashamed of where you're going, are you?
What I got to be ashamed of?
Well, where are you going?
I am going away.
Where?
I'll go to Baltimore. I don't want to go, but I'll go.
Baltimore. What's the matter with Philadelphia? What have you got
I
against
got
Philadelphia?
nothing against Philadelphia.
Then why did you have to pick out
I
Baltimore?
got friends in Baltimore.
Suppose you had friends in Philadelphia.
All right, then I go to Philadelphia.
And what happens to your friends in Baltimore?
I'm not talking to them anymore.
Look, suppose your wife was in Philadelphia.
Then I go to Chicago.
Ah, what you...
Hey, what do you ask me those kind of questions?
Thank you, Abbott and Costello. Well, fellas, one of the Command Performance gals who keeps frequent dates with hundreds of you is Ginny Sims. And Ginny is here tonight especially for the engineers at APO 860 and for Susina at APO 960. And hey, Susina, I hope next July the 28th you have a big party for you in Passaic, New Jersey. And Ginny's warbling tonight also for the Marines at Cristobal, for Callaway and Everett, and for Russell over there in India. Hey, you guys in Barracks 20 at APO 251, are you on the beam? And the same to Powers at APO 953. And to Prophet and your buddies at APO 954, with a big hello from the state of Ohio. To Dean and Kane at Kanoki Bay, to Dennis and the gang in Barracks 32 at Honolulu, and to all of you, here's embraceable you and embraceable Ginny Sims.
Embrace me, my sweet embrace, will you? Embrace me, my irreplaceable you. Oh, just one look at you, my heart grew gypsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all those many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Mama, come to Mama, do. My sweet embrace adore you. I've got a feeling I've fallen in love with you. La da da oh, just one look at you, my heart grew gypsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all those many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty papa. Come to Mama, do. My sweet embrace above.
Well, men, as the Nazi pilot said when the Flying Fortress let him have it, a few more seconds it'll all be over. Yes, sir, another command performance is almost over. But just like those Flying Fortresses, there'll be many more to come. Thanks a lot for the great letters you write to Command Performance and for giving the American entertainment industry this privilege of serving you. This is Cary Grant, speaking for the United States of America, where we never say Heil to anyone and where the one big job today is beating Heil out of the Axis. So long, fellas.
Command Performance USA. The American entertainment industry salutes to you fighting men of Uncle Sam's armed forces and your friends throughout the world. Thanks again for those letters. Keep them rolling into the station to which you are listening, and the answers will come rolling back to you each week and every week till it's over there. This is Don Wilson saying good night from Uncle Sam.
Here it is, fellows, the AEF Jukebox of the Year, GI Jive. Yes, men, the steam is on the beam and the stomp is on the rump. We're coming at you again with the most of the best in swing. The weekly meeting of the Let's Throw Out Beethoven and Go Gut Bucket Society has turned over to me a list of the tunes most talked about by the boys in the back room. And that's just what we've got in the old jukebox. So let's roll the first one, which is labeled Shipyard Social Function. And it's by Lucky Millender and his Riveters. Launch it, Lucky, launch it. treat. And now, between platters, maybe we'll have time enough to slip in a few GI items. Armament engineers at Wright Field, Ohio, have nothing but praise for the 50 caliber machine gun which is on American fighting planes. They describe it as the finest arm of its kind in the world. The 50 is capable of firing 850 shots per minute, and the projectile leaves the muzzle at a speed of more than 3,000 feet per second. That projectile is capable also of penetrating any and all parts of an airplane, including the engine. In one test, they fired the 50 at an obsolete bomber. The bullet went through the plane skin, some ammunition boxes, a longeron, 3/4 of an inch of hard pine, and armor plate 7/16 of an inch thick. Yes, man, that's quite a gun. And here's quite a record by Kay Kaiser of 5 feet 2, Eyes of Blue. Nice work, Professor. Nice work. Well, we did a lot of quacking before that last tune, so we'll keep our mouths shut now and trot out a sizzler by Benny Goodman and his band. It's called Minnie's in the Money, and it's for PFC Harry Miners somewhere in the South Pacific. Now remember, men, if you want your favorite record on this program, just write Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here's Benny.
Have you heard that Minnie's in the money? Take my word that Minnie's in the money. She hasn't got a guy who's got a diamond mine, but she's a welder on the old assembly line. So bless her, yes sir, Minnie's in the money. Minnie's in the money. That's fine. She's helping Uncle Sam to keep his people free. She's okay. Hooray! The Minnie's in the do-re-mi.
Well, that rates a slight hallelujah, Mr. Goodman. Well, leaving just about enough time for this next short squib. This sounds like an enlisted man's dream, but the camp paper at Columbus, Georgia says it really happened. It seems that a sergeant down there had just lighted a cigar and was about to enjoy his first puff when he noticed an officer approaching. The sergeant removed the cigar and saluted with such speed and snap that the cigar fell from his hand. He kicked the cigar into the gutter disgustedly. The officer returned the salute, grinned, and handed the sergeant a new cigar. Well, so much for Utopia, Georgia. And now let's listen to Sonata Moderne by Harry James and his band. Which wraps a ribbon around this bundle of bounce men until the next time. This is Ken Niles saying so long for now. This program was produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
These is the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So, at ease, and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
They say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful. So they say. And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me. I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it. I only know they tell me that love is grand. The thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way, so they say. I can't recall who said it. I know I never regretted. I only know they tell me that love is grand. And the thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they I dream about the night. I dream about the night here with you. All through the day, I wish away the time until the time when I'm here with you. Down falls the sun. I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. And soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of all through the day. about you all through the day.
For the past quarter hour, the command has been at ease. And also at ease were Ginny Sims, Eddie Duchin, and the chorus and orchestra directed by Percy Fate. The songs you enjoyed were More and More, They Say It's Wonderful, Easy to Love, All Through the Day, and Rio de Janeiro. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, presents your Grand Ole Opry.
Join us in our Prince Albert show. Tune up your five-string banjo.
Take down your fiddle and your bow. Roll back the rug on the floor. And light up your old cob fire. Everyone will have some fun at the Grand Ole Opry tonight.
What's smoking?
Prince Albert smoking,
From the stage of the Grand Ole Opry House in Nashville, Tennessee, Prince Albert Smoking Tobacco brings you another big half hour of homespun fun and music. Our way of reminding you that whether you roll your own or smoke a pipe, you'll get more smoking joy from Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Now, the calendar may say it's wintertime in South America or summertime in Iceland, but don't mind that, neighbors, because no matter where you are, it's still Saturday night in the old Opry House in Nashville, Tennessee. And that means it's meeting time for all our friends from the 48 states. Now, we may not be able to raise or lower the outside temperature, but we've got a man up here who we'll guarantee will raise your good humor temperature. None other than His Honor, George D. Hay, the solemn old judge.
Thank you, Cousin Louie, and greetings to all of our friends who are listening and to those who are with us in person here in the Grand Ole Opry House. The Grand Ole Opry is headquarters for American folk music, and that's right and proper because we're just folks. We open our show with a bullseye. Roy Acuff and his Smoky Mountain boys and girls have their trigger fingers ready, and the tune is Living on the Mountain, Baby Mine.
I'm living on the mountain, honey babe. Honey babe. Oh, I'm living on the mountain, baby mine. Baby mine. I'm living on the mountain, I'm drinking from the fountain. Living on the mountain, honey babe. Oh, the fountain won't run dry, honey babe. Honey babe. Oh, the fountain won't run dry, baby mine. Baby mine. Oh, the fountain won't run dry, for it's coming from on high. And it won't run dry, honey babe. There's honey in the rock for me. For me. Oh, there's honey in the rock for me. For me. Oh, there's honey in the rock and enough to feed his flock. Honey in the rock for me. Won't you build your home with me, honey babe? Honey babe. Won't you build your home with me, baby mine? Baby mine. Won't you build your home with me? From you where is you be free. Build your home with me, honey babe.
Fine start. The Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry is underway, and we're taking the brakes off the old buggy. One of the first songs to appear on this show years and years ago was Sweet Kitty Wells, which will be handled with much care by Jack Knapp and Dee and Miss Alcyone. Sing it pretty, children.
You ask what makes this darky weep. Why he, like others, am not gay. What makes the tears roll down his cheek? From early morn till break of day. My story, darkies, you shall hear. For in my memory fresh it dwells. 'Twill cause you all to drop a tear. For the grave of my sweet Kitty Wells. I often wish that I were dead.
pretty, killer. Mighty pretty. Pap, you look like something's ailing you.
Ain't nothing ailing me, Judge, but I'm kind of riled up. I was reading in one of them farm papers how a feller down in Athens, Texas, has started shaving peaches.
Oh, you mean defuzzed peaches. What's wrong with that, Pap?
What's wrong with it? Ain't big, fancy Alberta peaches good enough for anybody without them having to go improving on nature?
Now, wait a minute, Pap. You smoke Prince Albert, don't you?
Sure I do.
You like it, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, Prince Albert has improved on nature. That special no-bite process is one of the reasons why PA gives you real, mellow, rich taste in smoking joy.
Sure I do. PA's crimp cut saves a lot of time and money, too.
Well, Pap, you seem to be of the same mind as Louis on how Prince Albert has improved on nature in your smoking tobacco. So if I was you, I believe I'd kind of think twice before I got riled up about a feller defuzzing his peaches. Our chief busybody at the Opry is Pap, a politician from the Smoky Mountains. He's mighty smooth talker, too, neighbors. Now, backed up by his jug band, he'll tell us how Froggy went a-courting. All right, Pap?
Here it is. Frog went courting, he did right, yes, sir. Frog went courting, he did right, yes, sir. Frog went courting, he did right, sword and pistol by his side, yes, sir. Lord, he took Miss Mousy on his knee, yes, sir. Took Miss Mousy on his knee, yes, sir. Took Miss Mousy on his knee, says, Miss Mousy, won't you marry me? Yes, sir. Now Uncle Ratty went to town, yes, sir. Uncle Ratty went to town, yes, sir. Uncle Ratty went to town, buy his niece a wedding gown, yes, sir. Now what will the wedding supper be? Yes, sir. What will the wedding supper be? Yes, sir. What will the wedding supper be? 2 fried beans and a black-eyed pea. Yes, sir. Now Frog went swimming across the lake, yes, sir. Frog went swimming across the lake, yes, sir. Frog went swimming across the lake, he got swallowed by a big black snake, yes, sir. Now little Pete's cornbread lying on the shelf, yes, sir. Little Pete's cornbread lying on the shelf, yes, sir. Little Pete's cornbread lying on the shelf. You want some more, you can sing it yourself. Yes, sir.
Good enough, Pap. Nice going. It's Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry night. The Daniel Quartet, headed by cousin John Daniel from way down in Alabama, has been featuring sacred numbers in these parts for many years. They're going to give us a favorite now entitled, We Are Climbing. All right, John?
We are climbing Jacob's golden ladder from earth to heaven so high.
Very high, hallelujah.
This one thought now makes my heart still gladder to know that
climbing Jacob's ladder to the sky, up to the sky. We are climbing still higher up Jacob's ladder, hallelujah, where we shall never die. We'll never die, hallelujah. I'm so happy as I journey onward to know that we are climbing Jacob's ladder to the sky, up to the sky. Every moment we are growing nearer from earth to heaven, so high, so very high, hallelujah. Oh, what gladness makes the Savior dearer to know that we are climbing Jacob's ladder to the sky, up to the sky. We are climbing still higher up Jacob's ladder, hallelujah, where we shall never die. We'll never die, hallelujah. I'm so happy as I journey onward to know that we are climbing Jacob's ladder to the sky, up to the sky.
Pretty work, John. Pretty work. Well, we kind of go for tall stories here in the Grand Ole Opry House, and next to Pep, I guess Miss Minnie Pearl from Grinder's Switch is it. But there's not a boy in the place that would dare call her a liar. No, sir. Miss Minnie Pearl, step out here and give us the latest news, will you, please?
Just proud to be here. I'm just proud I could come. Well, sir, I'll tell you now, we've been having a time with Brother this week. We had to take him over to the dentist. Well, Mammy said when we got through that if we'd had as much trouble with the few teeth Brother's got, she's just proud he don't have a full set. But, we got over, and, sir, we went in there at that place, and there's a nice lady, real pretty, all dressed up in white. And she seemed real interested in Brother. She just took down everything she could find out about him, stuck it down on a piece of paper just to looking at Brother, just as nice. Brother got so excited looking at her, he couldn't answer. We had to answer for him. Answer? She looked at Brother and says, bridge work? And Mammy says, no, he's a farmer. Well, sir, then we got all that straightened out. We had to tell them they didn't know. They don't know Brother like we do. It's a very good thing, too, in some cases, I'm afeard. We awful proud of Brother. But we went on in there in another little place, little tiny place in there, and there's a feller in there all dressed up in white, looked just like a butcher. He's in there just standing there, and he says, Brother, says, sit down, young feller. Awful nice to him. Brother said. Well, sir, after Brother got a sitting in a chair, looked like he was going to stay where he done put it, all of a sudden Brother just started going up, just like that, just rising up. Well, sir, just like scared Brother to death. And Sir Mammy says to the feller dressed like a butcher, she says, now, none of that there foolishness. We didn't bring Brother in here to play with no riding chair. Well, sir, finally the feller looked in Brother's mouth. He didn't have no trouble when Brother opened up his mouth. It's big enough. That there sort of runs in our family. Well, sir, he looked in there and he seen Brother's teeth. Both of them. He says to him, he says, looked way back in there and says, why, this boy's got wisdom teeth. Looked almost like he's surprised. Well, sir, after a while, though, he made an insulting remark about Brother's bicuspidors. And then he says he believed he'd have to have gas. Well, when he said he'd have to have gas, that there's the limit. Because we know that Brother had never had to run on gas. And anyways, it'd be awful hard to get it now, so we just took Brother home, got him behind the door, and pulled his teeth with the wire pliers. He's just fit as a fiddle tonight. Well, I'm going to sing now. I ain't sing that there and call jealous-hearted me. You can have my coffee, you can have my tea, but if you let my feller be, I'm jealous. Jealous-hearted me. I'm just as jealous as I can be. on the road. Right, I'm jealous. Jealous-hearted me. I'm just as jealous as I can be. You can have my money, you can have my wine, but don't you buy that fella of mine. I'm jealous. Jealous-hearted me. I'm just as jealous as I can be.
Nice, Miss Minnie. Pat, you go on back and sit down now. You let Miss Minnie Pearl alone. Zeke, what you and Paul... Pap, you go sit down. Shame on you. Zeke, what you and Paul up to whispering over there in the corner, huh?
Well, Your Honor, I was just telling Paul how I went a-courting Sadie Robertson the other night in the horse and buggy.
You got the right idea there, son. There's something mighty romantic about a buggy.
Yes, Your Honor, but here's what I was telling Paul. When I was trotting along on my way down to Sadie's, everything seemed to be so calm and peaceful, I decided to light up a pipe.
You're a roll-your-owner most of the times, aren't you, Zeke?
Yep, but I dug out a pipe I got as a Christmas present and loaded it up with Prince Albert. And you know, Judge, that was a real smoking pleasure. And one thing I particularly noticed was how cool P.A. smoked.
That's a mighty discerning observation, Zeke. Guess coolness is one of the main reasons why Prince Albert is the world's largest selling smoking tobacco. Louis, tell Zeke just how cool Prince Albert is, will you, please?
In recent laboratory smoking bowl tests, Prince Albert burned 86 degrees cooler than the average of the 30 other, the largest selling brands tested, coolest of all.
Yeah, and most of all I noticed was what real smoking joy Prince Albert is.
Yes, it just sort of goes all over a man, helping him to let loose and take it easy.
And you fellers can enjoy the National Joy Smoke by getting a big red pocket can of PA right away.
Hoedowns come and hoedowns go, but the Tennessee Wagoner will be here about as long as the state of Tennessee is, I reckon. Mac McGar and his Tennessee Mountaineers will give it both the plain and fancy treatment. All right, Mac? Oswald, what did you say was smoking?
Oh, Judge, Prince Albert's smoking.
Looking over the docket, we come to the name of a man from the Smoky Mountains who can sing a folk song about as well as anybody in the United States. Here he is, friends, Roy Acuff, and his number will be Night Train to Memphis.
jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'll shout hallelujah all the way. Train to Memphis, take that night train to Memphis. You know how I'm longing to see you. Leave at 3:57, arrive at 11, then I'll be shouting hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I'll be shouting hallelujah all the day. Oh, we'll have a jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'll shout hallelujah all the way. Take that night train to Memphis, take that night train to Memphis. Tell that engineer to pull the throttle open. Keep that engine stack a smoking. I'm not kidding, I'm not joking. I'll soon be with my girl, I'm hoping. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I'll be shouting hallelujah all the day. Oh, we'll have a jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'll shout hallelujah all the way. Jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and I'll shout hallelujah all the way.
Ah, Roy, that's a swell number, sure is. The Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry. Grandpappy George Wilson, trot out those fruit jar drinkers, please. It's time for a little shindig, barn dance, and breakdown, all rolled up into one. The number will be The Girl I Left Behind Me. The Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry is riding high. Rachel tells us that Brother Oswald has gone into the junk business ever since Uncle Sam issued that call a week or so ago. How's the business, Oswald? Huh?
I tell you now, Judge, I've got enough junk saved up to build a battleship.
Now we're getting somewhere, son. Now we're getting somewhere.
These days, when we're all having to buckle down and make every penny count, any word about economy gets a mighty welcome reception.
Louis, I think the men are going to give you a good listen on what do you have to say about economy of Prince Albert.
I hope so, Judge, for in every handy red pocket can of Prince Albert, there's the makings for about 70 roll-your-own cigarettes, and if you're a pipe smoker, you'll be gratified to know that the same handy red pocket can holds around 50 mellow, tasty, even-drawing pipefuls. There's real economy, fellers, and just one more reason why Prince Albert is known far and wide as the national joy smoke.
Roy, let's try to find Ida Red. Where is she?
Ida Red's lived in town, wrote me letters coming down. Ida Red, I'm in love with Ida Red. Ida Red, I'm in love with Ida Red.
Well, neighbors, it's about time for us to hush now. We've been going on at a good rate, and we hope you've enjoyed the Prince Albert Grand Ole Opry. Remember, we'll be here each Saturday night in the old Opry House. And, men, here's a thought for you. If you start to lose your temper, just hold your tongue and take a draw on that pipe or cigarette that holds Prince Albert smoking tobacco, and the first thing you know, you'll be able to see daylight. This is George D. Hay, the solemn old judge, saying so long and let's all keep smiling. What's smoking?
Yeah! Prince Albert smoking, yeah!
This program came to you from Nashville.